і тільки Міністерство оборони, ми цю війну не виграємо, це моя особиста думка. Безумовно, без Генерального штабу, без Збройних сил ми її також не виграємо. Я не маю на увазі, що ми захопимо Урал там і так далі. Я маю на увазі Міністерство оборони, ми розуміємо. Ми цю війну не виграємо. Що це означає? Це означає, що безумовно, без Росія сьогодні воює проти України, не тільки збройними силами. Я не маю на увазі, що я, можливо, окремо Урал там і так далі. На панелі Міністерства оборони, ми розуміємо, торкнусь такого питання. Зараз це означає, що фахівців, безумовно, без Росія сьогодні воює проти України, не тільки збройними силами. Я не маю на увазі, що я, можливо, окремо Урал там і так далі. На панелі Міністерства оборони спеціальних операцій, торкнусь такого питання. Зараз це означає, що фахівців, безумовно, без Росія сьогодні воює України, не тільки збройними силами. Я не маю на увазі, що я, можливо, багато Урал не треба забути. Міністерство оборони, медійні війська росіяни, зараз це означає, наші не війська, а без Росія сьогодні протистояння України, не тільки збройними силами, і дуже багато Урал не треба забути. Міністерство оборони, медійні війська росіяни, зараз це означає, наші не війська, а без Росія сьогодні протистояння України, не тільки збройними силами, і дуже багато Урал треба в цьому панелі, там спеціальні медійні війська росіяни, зараз без наших збройних сил, без Росія сьогодні протистояння України, не тільки збройними силами, і дуже багато Урал треба в цьому панелі, там спеціальні медійні війська росіяни, зараз без
Дякую, Євгене Кириловичу. Я хотів завершити привітальну частину привітальним словом нашого постійного партнера Turkish Airlines, в особі генерального директора представництва компанії в Києві. Дуже дякую, Євгене Кириловичу. Я хотів завершити привітальну частину привітальним словом нашого постійного партнера Turkish Airlines. Дуже дякую, Євгене Кириловичу. Я хотів завершити привітальну частину привітальним словом нашого постійного партнера Turkish Airlines,
І для нас справжнє задоволення бути офіційним перевізником сьогодні. І у цьому сенсі я хотів би подякувати також A7, які організували сьогоднішній форум за таку чудову змогу бути присутнім на другому українському оборонному форумі, який є найбільш крупним. Перш за все, я вітаю, ми можемо поспілкуватися про оборонний сектор, де ми можемо зібрати разом всіх для нас саме цього сектору, а також фінансової установи. В цьому сенсі я хотів дякувати і усіх зацікавлених сторін із різноманітних країн. Сьогоднішній форум за таку чудову змогу з однією із компаній, яка оборонює камери, є найбільш крупною. Перш за все, я вітаю, ми можемо поспілкуватися про оборонний сектор, де ми можемо зібрати разом всіх для нас турецькі авіаційні сектору, а також фінансування, яка не швидше розвивається з усіх світових кількостей зацікавлених сторін. Україна, власне, є дуже важливою країною, яка оборонює камери, і ми об'єднуємо Україну, ми можемо зібрати разом турецькі авіаційні сектору, а також фінансування, нашими розвиваються з усіх світових кількостей ми літаємо, і це дає нам Україна, власне, є дуже важливою і навпаки країною, яка оборонює камери, Реагування та справами підтримує і бажається реагування та справами підтримує і реагування та справами підтримує і бажаємо
окремих питань, а перейшло до комплексного підходу бачення тієї чи іншої проблеми, що стосується сектору оборони і безпеки. Якщо ми говоримо, то і є основним нашим здобутком, що урядом прийнятий ряд рішень, які дозволяють перейти до середньострокового планування. І саме головне, це в поточному році було прийнято постанова про державне оборонне замовлення на 3 роки. Вперше, де дозволяє нам зрозуміти потреби силового блоку і можливості наших виробників, що дало можливість збалансувати підприємства, які будуть бачити перспективу свого розвитку, дасть можливість планувати їхній виробничий процес.
E-licensing, and we have reduced the number of items of dual use which are subject to state expert control. And a general task in this regard would be strengthening of capability of Ukrainian defense sector. That would be restoring and refurbishment of the existing facilities. We know that in defense sector, especially in the state sector, we see depreciation of the main funds would be up to, and main resources would be up to 70%. That is why, in order to boost the defense capacity of our country, we need to modernize our tank park and resort to all the measures which maybe, well, sorry, I need some water. Secondly, we are developing new technologies in the field of defense sector, and we try implementing them and bring them to production jointly with the Ministry of Defense and UKRAINIan. We have carried out a lot of activities regarding import shift, and we understand that Ukraine was really dependent on the goods which were produced in the Russian Federation, including the military items. But as of today, we try achieving the imports phase out at the Ukrainian enterprises. Or sometimes we use not Ukrainian goods, but we use services of supplies from other countries. And I believe we successfully achieved imports phase out, if we speak about the Russian Federation. And one more thing to add, that in this field of imports phase out, we've managed to carry out, together with the UKRAINIan appropriate activities, on creating a catalog. And Ministry of Economic Trade and Economic Development and Trade is now developing this general registry on imports phase out, and we strongly hope that those steps will be taken appropriately, because we understand how to develop the defense sector. And as of today, this program of development of defense and security sector is in hands of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and we expect it will be approved in the nearest future. We understand where we should move, what are the directions, and what are the needs of the armed forces. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Brochenko and Mr. Yevgen Marchuk. The floor is yours. 8 minutes of yours.
I would like to ask a question to this previous speaker. We know that there's a law, the law of Ukraine, called on the legal regime of the state of war. The society and the political elite has been criticized. The president has been criticizing the president and the authorities for not introducing the state of war as the legal regime. Of course, it is a complicated and a responsible procedure, the introduction of the martial law. But we remember that President Poroshenko, when he was criticized, he said that the law is there and the decree has been signed by him. But this decree, we know, it must be enacted by the parliament. So we know that in Ukraine the decree about the possibility of martial law and the corresponding legal regime has been signed. This has happened when the president said that when there was really a drastic situation in the front. So as now we know what Russia is doing militarily and also through other means and technologies, we cannot really neglect this situation that Russia might provoke Ukraine. And Russia can do this provocation considering their previous logic, even though it might seem not possible now. Because 4 years ago, a lot of things seemed impossible. It seemed impossible that Russian soldiers will kill Ukrainian soldiers in the territory of Ukraine. If anybody would say that 5 years ago, people would think the person was crazy. But it has happened. Moreover, that we know, and now recently the Secretary of National Defense Council has announced that Russia has allocated quite a strong military structure on the borders with Ukraine, which can have all the offensive signs and features. I would like to focus on this, and I'd like to ask a question to the previous speaker. To which extent Ukrainian authorities, not only UKRAINIan, but in general the whole military-industrial sector, are ready for the martial law? Because this might come unexpected. I do not know the answer. I think that knowing the technology of these nuances, I think that there are some confidential plans, but I'm focusing on this question with only one goal. Is the society ready to accept the martial law? Has nobody, even up to today, and maybe it's a good thing, nobody explained what in practice would martial law mean, because there are a lot of limitations and restrictions of human rights and so on. You know, I will not list them all. Also must consider powers that are provided to the authorities created under the martial law, when they have obligatory labor duty, they can expropriate property and cars. So with all this, I would like to focus your attention that our society is quite relaxed, and there are many factors to explain that. They are quite relaxed, as not all the city, as not so not all those people responsible feel that actually there's war happening. And I met dozens of situations when, if something happens, and I understand that we are among experts, so we should talk at expert level. We know that everything's possible. So, is the society ready? Is the active part of society knows what martial law is and what would be the consequences? Who is responsible for what? I can definitely say that no one knows. So yeah, this is a matter of discussion whether we should go into this now or not, whether this would provoke panic and hysteria in the society and give like a formal cause to Russia. But well, they don't need anything. If you monitor Russian media, and especially their military media, and I can say that they have basically media military now. So the media is a type of warfare that we have, and we are also interested in the situation of the people in the temporarily occupied areas. We, of course, plan peaceful reintegration of Donbass, although it looks like it's not going to happen soon. But who can conduct some unofficial, concealed sociological surveys? Only Ukrainian special services. Because what we know from different sources now makes it clear that over there there are a lot of different phobias. Even when I personally could ask a question to a person who came from there, let's imagine Russian forces, 2 army corps attacked, and Ukrainian government came back to Donbass. So what happens there? There will be a lot of surprises for Ukrainian central government, especially negative, unexpected. And considering the people who live there, they are under the influence of Russian media machinery. But even on top of that, there are a lot of phobias accumulated, because there are graves on both sides, not only in the part of Ukraine from Uzhhorod to the east of Ukraine, but also over there. There are also a lot of graves. And anyway, combat activities are a platform when phobias tend to accumulate. But who, to which extent, should be responsible for this? And should Ukrainian government, having the powers, do something with this? And there are, of course, NGOs who can do something. But should Ukrainian government do something now to at least partially neutralize these phobias and to influence that area, at least through media tools? 1 minute, Mr. Marchuk. I am concluding. So with this, I want to underline that Kiev has its peaceful lives. We have restaurants, clubs. Yeah, this is what is now secured by Ukrainian military, and with the assistance of our Western partners, the pro-Ukrainian coalition, many large states, the US. Because of that, Kiev and the great part of Ukraine enjoys peaceful life. But the expert, professional part responsible for peace in Ukraine understands, they must understand, and must know very well what should be done in order to secure absence of serious contradictions. I have met several psychologists who work in the General Staff and the Ministry of Defense, who work with the military returning from the combat zone. And there are hundreds of thousands of them. In our peaceful life in Ukraine, there are hundreds of thousands. I can't provide an exact figure, but anyway, a lot of people who came back from the front. So for the authorities, besides providing material and social benefits, these psychologists, they can tell how many syndromes are there in these people. Because this war is non-standard. This is a stagnant war militarily, and this also is a dynamic war in non-military spheres, which is somewhat more dangerous even. So for the government there is a lot of work now, the Ukrainian government. And of course there are other sectors. I named only a few components that are often omitted, but they have to be noticed because they are really important. To be able to control the situation politically in Ukraine, not only in the front line, as we have witnessed paramilitary structures that appeared and still today somewhere in some places they are seen, which without being provoked can organize some activities that would ruin the internal stability even though they think that they act with pure patriotic mindset. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Mr. Marchuk. So, questions said by Yevhen Marchuk, they require some answers. So, after all the speakers, all the panelists will say, if Mr. Brovchenko could respond. Now, I give the floor to Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine, Mr. Igor Pavlovsky. The interpreters do not hear, the microphone is not on. Somebody has to turn on the microphone. Interpreters do not hear that the microphone is not working. Three years ago, the whole world faced the fact of violent violations by Russian Federation of the main principles of peace and integrity of the borders of independent states. Ukraine has faced the situation when the statute of the UN has been violated, the Helsinki Act of 1975 as well, and these created a turmoil in the European community and questioned global security. In the official position of Ukraine, in the mindset of our citizens, the leadership of Russian Federation conceals the intentions of overtaking their neighbors. We condemn their activities, we appreciate their sanctions and the assistance provided to Ukraine and Ukrainian military by our partners. Regardless of the attempts of the international community and Ukrainian parties to stabilize the situation in the east of Ukraine, the aggressor keeps trying to overtake the situation, increases their military influence, and Russian forces use this occupied territory to test their novelty military equipment and means. Since the beginning of aggression, Ukraine has lost over 10,000 citizens and a great deal of military servicemen. There are over 43 square kilometers of Ukrainian territory is occupied, and the conflict might still escalate, as also confirmed by previous speakers. This is not only a hybrid military conflict, this is the extinction war. So as Ukrainian economy is being ruined, the military reformation according to the NATO standards is one of the top priorities. The leadership of Ukraine and its people intends to regain back the occupied territories. The main task of the military defense as of now is to maintain the high level of combat preparedness of the army and to reform the defense system. Also, we have developed a clear plan to reform the MOD by 2018 and the General Staff by 2020. The first time in the history of Ukraine we have had a successful inspection of the security and defense sector, and as the result we have enacted main planning documents. We have developed the strategy of national security of Ukraine, the military doctrine of Ukraine, the concept of securing defense of Ukraine, and the strategic defense bulletin of Ukraine. The main content of the above mentioned documents is to integrate Ukraine with the European Union and NATO. Russian Federation is considered military opponent, and also there is the probability of large-scale use of force against Ukraine. At the basis of these documents, we have approved the national target defense program of development of military and military equipment by 2020, the national program of development of the military of Ukraine by 2020. Also, active involvement of foreign counselors from our partner states was there, and we have optimized the structure of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, and some functions of the minister have been delegated to the deputies, and from the deputies to the heads of department, and they also bear responsibility for the final result of their work. The work of departments have been optimized, and this enables them to resolve complicated tasks. The number of structural units in the Ministry of Defense has been optimized from 25 to 18, and also the number of staff in MOD has been reduced. We have reattested all the officials, which enable to create a professional civil staff of the MOD. We have developed secure systems for paperless document flow in MOD and with other agencies. Also, we have cancelled obsolete regulations of the MOD. We have, according to the requirements of the law, we have developed the roadmap on the implementation of system of defense planning on capacity basis. We have enabled the efficient use of resource through the Prozoro procurement system. We have changed the structure of Ukrainian military. We have also introduced the highly mobile troops and special operations troops and doubled the number. We have new operative HQ, improve the training, improve the equipment of the military through close cooperation with the companies of Ukrainian military-industrial sector. We have changed the approach to the expenses of the Ministry of Defense. As a result of the measures taken, we could increase the investment to the development of the equipment and reduce the cost for maintenance. Also, we have increased the salaries for the servicemen. In 2016, over 70,000 people signed contracts to serve in the service, and 10,000 have signed in the beginning of this year. All this is on the background of the combat activities that we have to face in these. So in 2016, the Ministry of Defense has completed all the actions planned for the reform to improve combat readiness and secure the defense of the country. All the transformations are based on combat experience, NATO standards, and are aimed at improving the operational capabilities and achieving compatibility with the armed forces of the alliance countries. As the result of this reform, we hope to have uniform Ukrainian military under a single leadership according to NATO standards, equipped with trained soldiers, a good equipment and integrated logistics system. The reform of Ukrainian military undergoes a complicated economic situation when the support and international technical assistance which we get from NATO countries and partner countries, and also proper training organized are really important. Ukraine is recognized as a reliable partner, and Ukrainian values follow the values of the North Atlantic community, which shows our safe in the international defense system. This is actually a good opportunity to answer the questions of Mr. Marchuk regarding, for example, how the society and the government are ready for martial law, and what can the Ministry of Defense do. Shall I respond now, later? Now, so, as nowadays we have the Minsk format, you have seen probably in the news through that we have low intensity of combat activities in the east. So nowadays we can perform the functions that I named, which is making Ukrainian military professional, improving the equipment, modernizing, restoration of the potential that we have, the development of new capacities, developing new units like special operations force and paratrooper forces, improvement and optimization of army and navy. So nowadays, as the conflict in the east develops, if the martial law will be introduced, Ukrainian military, having trained the reserve that we've trained, are fully capable to fulfill all the requirements. As for combat readiness of Ukrainian military, we don't have large-scale conflicts, because basically in 3 years the whole structure of Ukrainian military has practiced. As far as I understand, as opposed to civilians, the military personnel knows what martial law means. For Ukraine, martial law means open war, when there's open aggression from the side of Russian Federation. But also there's another question: if economy is prepared for that. And yes, there are these limitations and restrictions of rights and freedoms, introduction of the military administrations as authorities. Yeah, these are matters that have to be developed, and also the corresponding bylaws must be developed. Because also it depends on the readiness of the society to act under martial law. If I may, a short question to a professional serviceman. How do you assess the current situation of Ukrainian unmanned aviation, reconnaissance and combat? I see. So, let's be honest. As for unmanned aviation, in the beginning of the conflict, and there are a lot of manufacturers here, this has been a secondary thing in the beginning of the conflict. Nowadays, in Ukrainian military and the manufacturers, and firstly, most of them were amateurs, were private entrepreneurs who approached with these proposals, and they have fulfilled the need of unmanned aircraft. So as for strike unmanned aircrafts, this work has been going on. We have been cooperating with the partners who have experience developing these drones, and what's important there is comprehensive approach, because it's not only a matter of having the drone to fly, because the drone is there to help with some tactical matters like reconnaissance and strike, and also strategic matters. We are still developing this. I think that by the end of the year the society will see the result of this work, because I cannot name individual manufacturers, but the developments are going on. Of course we are working on this, because we understand the role and the application and the efficiency of unmanned striking aircraft, and not only that, also radio electronic activities and anti-aircraft systems. Okay, we move on. Thanks. All the previous speakers have remembered the international context in which in which we have to counter Russian aggression, and that Ukraine is now renouncing its non-bloc status. So now we give the floor to the Director of Communication Office of NATO in Ukraine, Mr. Alexander Vednikov.
Thank you so much. Dear Prime Minister, dear Deputy Prime Minister, ladies, gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for this invitation. And if you permit, I'm going to speak English.
It is a pleasure for me to be here today at the opening of this important and timely event, and I will address you on behalf of the NATO representation to Ukraine. I have been asked to say a few words about the development strategy for Ukraine's defense and security sector. I would like to share some thoughts on key sectoral reforms as seen from a NATO perspective. In doing so, I will focus on 3 points. First, the unprecedented dynamism of NATO-Ukraine cooperation today. Second, Ukraine's defense reform priorities and the alliance's support in this area. And third, our cooperation on reforming Ukraine's defense industry, another major topic of this forum. Ukraine continues to face unprecedented security challenges posed by Russia's aggression while implementing comprehensive reforms, including in the security and defense sector. Ukraine also remains high on NATO's agenda. Allies are determined to continue their strong political support for Ukraine, for its sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as upgrade our practical cooperation. During this special year, when we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the distinctive partnership between NATO and Ukraine, our agenda is filled with high-level events and visits. This is yet further proof that despite many other security challenges and priorities on NATO's horizon, Ukraine remains of key importance to Euro-Atlantic security, and therefore the alliance's support to Ukraine will remain unwavering. In terms of practical support, we have been advancing with the implementation of the comprehensive assistance package for Ukraine, which was adopted by heads of state and government at the most recent NATO summit in Warsaw. The package contains more than 40 tailored measures in 13 key areas and is therefore really a complex response to a very complex and evolving security situation that Ukraine is facing. NATO supports Ukraine through a range of instruments, including an advisory team, trust funds, and capacity building programs. Our team of resident advisors, currently 15 and still growing, provides reform advice to a wide range of Ukrainian institutions, including the National Security and Defense Council, the Cabinet of Ministers, multiple ministries, Ukroboronprom, and the Verkhovna Rada. Looking at our trust funds, the C4 Trust Fund is making progress in providing secure tactical communications, helping improve regional airspace security and situational awareness. The Cyber Defense Project is finalizing its first stage with equipment and training, and the second phase is already being considered. Under our Logistics and Standardization Trust Fund, we have provided help with computers and software, as well as specific services for codification and information protection. We have delivered specialized training for hundreds of Ukrainian experts. NATO assistance in supporting a model logistics warehouse is also planned. Our Medical Rehabilitation Trust Fund has helped both individual patients and medical centers around the country and is now preparing to enable Team Ukraine to compete at the next Invictus Games in Toronto. Our newest trust fund on countering improvised explosive devices and explosive ordnance disposal will become operational soon. Among our capacity building programs, we work on modernizing defense education with a range of academies throughout Ukraine and help to strengthen Ukraine's capacity to address corruption in the security and defense sector through our Building Integrity program. We also provide professional development to key civilian reformers in the security and defense sector institutions. And this brings me to my second point about Ukraine's defense reform priorities and our support. With the assistance of the international community, Ukraine is working to strengthen its defensive capabilities and implement NATO standards and practices by 2020. As the Deputy Minister of Defense has just outlined in detail, Ukraine has completed a full cycle of a comprehensive review of the security and defense sector. And I will not go into detail, but I will just say that NATO advisors have been engaged at every step of the process. Our engagement was particularly intensive during the joint work on the Strategic Defense Bulletin, which represents Ukraine's defense reform roadmap. More recently, we have also been engaged in the development of a concept for the reform of the security service of Ukraine and of a draft law on national security. Since the approval of the Strategic Defense Bulletin, our advisors have been actively engaged in the work of the Defense Reform Committee based at the MOD, and this is really the key body for the coordination of the SDB implementation of reforms, as well as for the coordination of advisory and technical assistance provided by allies. Now, the third and last point, which concerns our cooperation on reforming Ukraine's defense industry. In the context of wide-scale reform, the engagement of Ukraine's defense industry with NATO, with individual allies and NATO partner nations assumes considerable importance. Along with getting rid of dependency on spare parts manufactured in Russia, such engagement allows Ukraine to learn NATO standards and best practices with a view to reorienting and reforming its defense industry. To this end, Ukraine continues to broaden relevant bilateral partnerships and to represent itself at different international armaments exhibitions. Under the NATO-Ukraine Trust Fund on Logistics and Standardization, which I have already mentioned, Ukraine has also started to reform its standardization process and to enhance its codification systems. Ukraine has also begun to hold joint workshops with NATO on defense industry transformation and to take part in studies conducted by the NATO Industrial Advisory Group. Ukraine is also an active participant in the Conference of National Armaments Directors and its substructure focused on interoperability and material standardization.
1 minute.
NATO is committed to supporting Ukraine on the path to modernizing its defense industry. We have a roadmap for defense technical cooperation, which outlines key steps. We have also included defense technical cooperation in the comprehensive assistance package. So I think our cooperation in this area is set to expand. However, I would like to emphasize 2 points here. First, the modernization of the defense industry requires wider dialogue within the government. Industry and non-governmental expertise are also critical partners and must be brought into the discussion. We believe that reform and the promotion of transparency and corporate governance standards will open up new opportunities for the Ukrainian defense industry. Second, while the traditional defense industry plays an important role in the development of capabilities, that traditional position is shifting significantly towards the security industry and to an increasing extent to the commercial sector, primarily in domains like IT and cyber. In order to harness the vast potential of Ukraine's security and defense industry, significant modernization of the defense procurement process is also necessary. And NATO stands ready to support Ukraine along this path. So to conclude, Ukraine has an ambitious goal to reach Euro-Atlantic standards by 2020, and NATO and allies are here to support Ukraine every step of the way. Much has been achieved in terms of designing reforms, but now the challenge of implementation looms large. NATO standards are not only about technical standards, but they're also about upholding values and about interagency processes. All of this requires fundamental changes in mindsets and in the way that institutions act and interact. Yes, it is very difficult to reform while fighting a conflict, but Ukraine has a window of opportunity to proceed with systemic reform of the security and defense sector. And there is no time to lose. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. І символічною
And that is really symbolic that the speaker of NATO mentioned about necessity of bilateral cooperation. And right now I present Igor Parnamen, Chief Executive Officer, Estonian Defense Industry Association. 2 weeks ago in Kramatorsk there was a very interesting event within the framework of Resilient Ukraine program, and there Estonian partners visited us from Kaisalate organization, and they trained Ukrainians how to organize and how to ensure the civilian support from the society in order to protect ourselves from the aggression. And they trained Ukrainians to organize appropriate cyber security, and they mentioned that they have a lot to teach and to show Ukrainians, but at the very same time Ukrainians taught them to be resilient during the current conflict. So now tell me what the Estonian defense industry may teach us.
the Estonian industrialists can teach Ukrainians, if anything at all.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm really pleased to be here in this conference. And since I'm representing Estonian defense industry, then I'm focusing on defense industry issues, because this is exactly the place where defense and economy meet. And I'm starting with the point that if you look from Estonia to Ukraine, then you see that Ukraine has a lot of potential in economy. It's a huge country, a lot of people living here. The market is remarkable in European terms. You have very big defense industry also at global level. So among top 100 defense companies in the world, you get UKRAINIan, for example. We don't have anything like that in Estonia, so that makes us very envious. And it may sound a little bit cynical, but the fact that Ukraine has a war is also a little bit, let's say, it can be positive for defense industry here. And let me just explain it a little bit. Just 10 years ago, this week, Estonia faced a first country in the world cyber attacks from our friendly eastern neighbor. And it was a tragic event, but what we as a country made out of it was, in the end of the day, very positive. We got the problem in our hands, and we established a specific cyber defense knowledge out of that event. And today we have NATO Cyber Defense Center of Excellence located in Estonia. We have NATO Cyber Range in Estonia. We have a lot of companies who have built upon that experience which happened to Estonia 10 years ago. So it's just one example that using difficult events can be also, it can be done and can be turned into your advantage. So I think if we talk about developing defense industry in general, then it's very important to understand what is a strategy, what are the ends, ways and means. And I would propose that considering all this background that Ukraine has, you have a very good chance to make the slogan "Made in Ukraine" very strong at the global markets. In order to do that, for sure, some things have to be changed. Probably not everything is perfect here, but it is important that you had a very clear goal. Where do you want to take your defense industry? And this is exactly what we did in Estonia. We almost did. We didn't have defense industry in Estonia some 15 years ago, but now we have more than 100 companies among our Defense Industry Association. So the sector is growing very fast, and it grows because we have a very clear strategy. I just point out a couple of questions. I necessarily don't know any answers. These are actually your answers here in Ukraine. You have to give to these questions, and it's actually important to remember that all kind of foreign advisors are simply advisors. So you have to make choices yourself, and nobody else can choose how Ukraine will develop their defense industry. So questions from industry side, and there are a lot of them. So first of all, what kind of defense industry do you want to have here in Ukraine? It's a very important question. Do you want to produce everything which your military needs here in Ukraine, or you want to specialize on something? What is a balance between domestic markets and export markets? How important is the export markets, or can you get enough money from your domestic orders? How much government involvement should be here in defense industry? And this is a never-ending discussion in most of the countries in the world, that how much governments should intervene and own defense industry, and how much private companies could do a better work. Then question about level playing field. Do you want to have that, or do you want to restrict somehow the access to Ukrainian markets? And it's important question if you consider foreign investments and foreign companies who would like to do business here in Ukraine. Where will be your export markets is a good question. How they do business there? What are the values of your future customers? Because you have to share at least some of the basic values what your customers share. Otherwise it is very difficult to do business with them if you don't understand the language of each other. Quality versus quantity is an important question. What is your business strategy? That you want to build more quality products or cheaper products with a bigger quantity? And last but not least, you have to know your competitive advantages. That where are you strong at? How can you use these experiences from the Eastern Ukraine in your advantage, etc., etc. So to sum it up, if I look around the world and see a good defense industry in a certain country, then you can be pretty sure that there is a very good strategy behind it. There have been very clear agreement between the government, industry, academia, and other important stakeholders that this is a certain direction we all take, and this is where we want to be after 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now. And you have to have that goal in front of you all the time. That's the only way how you can actually streamline the efforts, minimize the waste in a sector, and make things really happen. So I finish with the question that do you have a plan? And thanks for.
Thank you very much. Like questions that we heard from Evgen Marchuk, Mr. Purnama's questions are also thought-provoking and of course require more time to ponder than we now have, but I hope that we will remember them. Ну що ж, після того, як ми послухали про...
Well, after listening to the representative of the industry from abroad, from Estonia, this is a high time to listen to our Ukrainian colleague, chairman of the board, Praktika company, Oleg Vysotsky. You've got your 8 minutes, please. Hello. That's a very important issue for Ukrainian industry as well as for any industry, including Estonia. That's standards we comply with, our products comply with. And today every speaker mentioned that, and I listened to the representative of NATO really attentively, who mentioned that that's very important, that with the time our army is equipped according to these standards, and our industry complies. So, you know, some steps are being taken in our country. First of all, everyone's speaking about that. Secondly, President has passed an important decision that up to 2020 we have to overtake NATO standards, and that's important, you know, that we're really making some practical steps. And industry, Oboronprom, state concern, up to 2020 will produce a lot of weapons and military equipment complying with these standards, and private sector, and I represent Praktika company, but also I represent a range of private enterprise created in Ukraine, and we are developing really swiftly, and we will be producing our products again according to the NATO standards. Well, it sounds great, but we will not have a paper that will confirm our compliance with NATO standards. So our company is carrying out researches, and this year we had this we had a look at modernized armored vehicles and personal carrier, and also these commutative nets. So I know what's the process of standardization is, because I was the head of the agency responsible for standardization. We are not going to have this paper, so this lack of this piece of paper will mean that we don't have standardized products, and the customer will not be able to buy it from us, and no one would be eager to buy something abroad. I was in Ghana, in Kudbar, and I met the representatives of the Ministry of Defense, and they are eager to work with Ukraine because, first of all, we are in the state of war, so our weapons and military equipment is tested in action. Secondly, everyone would like to know our industry. They know it, and they would like to buy from us, procure our goods, but the problem is in this piece of paper again. Also, several steps must be made. So first of all, that's certification. Facility or authority, then laboratory, then appropriate equipment, which must be used for testing, and people who are going to implement it all, laboratory, certification. So everything must be certified, and people must be attested, but we lack that, and no one is involved in this. This may be done during the 3 years we still have, and then we will be able to sell goods abroad and internally, but unfortunately no one is trying to make some moves in this regard. There is an alternative to come up to the foreign laboratories. We did it, and I've got a response from the Danish laboratory which could analyze these pieces of metal, and everyone who deals with armor, they test, I don't know how many pieces of metal. That is not that expensive. It would cost 45,000 euro. Just the samples, just to deal with the samples of metal from one armored vehicle. We had 120 experts in Ukraine who were involved in such testing, but I decided to resort to abroad and test the NATO standard. I came up to Czech Republic, but they told me about the cost, 900,000 euro. So also they don't need competitors in the market. Well, Czech Republic, Denmark, they would like to sell to Africa or Asia. That is why I've got this offer proposal from our league. Unfortunately, so far in Ukraine we don't have state standard, we don't have the Ministry of Industrial Policy who could be responsible for that. MOD, well, that's not their task, I believe so. Tell me if I'm wrong, because they've got a lot of their own tasks. Our Vice Prime Minister, Mr. Kubiev, could organize a group which would be supported by Mr. Romanov, for example, because we discussed this, and maybe representatives of private business, then military institutes of the Ministry of Defense, then some civilian institutes. We just signed a memorandum with the laboratory of Kyiv Polytechnic University, then Lviv Polytechnic University is among our partners, as well as Kharkiv Military University, and we could do this revision in order to understand what is there, what laboratories may be refurbished, revitalized, and we are not producing something. Well, we have to know that. We don't have the testing range, we don't have the thermal cell, and you know, we have to have -40 +50, but how to verify that? So that's not a tragedy, you know, but I would like those experts who are here to think about that, to read about that, and I believe you'll agree that this issue and this problem may be solved if we start right now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vysotsky. And from Mr. Deputy Minister of Defense, we've heard how the structure is changing and that they are increasing the number of civilians working for this ministry, and also in the MOD. We've got a defense reform office, and we've got foreigners there. Previously, it was even difficult to imagine. So I'm giving the word to Glenn Grant. He is a project manager, Defense Housing Reform Project, Defense Reform Office of Ukraine, MOD.
I am a project manager in the Reform Office, running a United Kingdom supported project for reform of the Ministry of Defence housing organisation and systems. Few of you know that actually when the war started I was the first advisor into Ministry of Defence, asked there by the Ministry. So I've had quite a long history of in and out of the Ministry since then, and have been able to see a lot of things. One of the things about defence housing is that defence housing is like a microcosm of all the other organisations in the ministry. So we see law, we see finance, we see planning, we see policy, and we see strategy. Or as my colleague Mr. Marchuk is pointing out, in some areas lack of strategy. And I've been able to look at this from different viewpoints during the last few years in reform, and one of the things that is quite clear is that you have a constitutional problem at the top of the system that creates a strategic problem, and that constitutional problem is that the Chief of the Armed Forces, the President, is working directly to the Chief of Staff, effectively bypassing the Ministry of Defence. And it is the Ministry of Defence that should be creating the policy and the strategy, but when you separate authority from budgets, then you get a void of thinking, and you get a void, a gap in the system. And we see this in housing all the time. So we have political direction to make activity, but that political direction is not in the budget. And so the housing organisation is actually stuck between a rock, the President, and a hard place, the money. And this microcosm view spreads across a whole range of areas. It's not just in housing. On a couple of things that we see, we've been working in the housing, in the Reform Office in housing, to look at improving the processes in and around Prosoro, because although Prosoro, this great thing has come in of competitive tendering, if the tendering process itself is not strong and hard and not subjective, then it is easy to misuse Prosoro, and you can actually you can move money in and around the processes in ways that allow corruption. So there's a lot of work there to be done still by the ministry to tighten all the processes around Prosoro. Secondly, we also can see clearly that there's been no contract management. Contracts are money. So contracts should be managed by the finance department, because once you've signed a contract, you're actually, it has a value. And if that value is not realized, if you have a contract for a building and that building is not built, then you're not getting in the Ministry of Defence, and probably in lots of other ministries, the value of the contract. So within the Ministry of Defence, there needs to be actually contract management as a skill to actually make sure that contracts, the money, is managed properly. And I would add one last point from being the foreigner in the Reform Office, and this is not just for me, but for the civilian society, and this is the abuse of secrecy to hide inefficiency and ineffectiveness. And secrecy, and I will give you a little story on this which highlights it. In the housing department, we wanted to find out how many barracks had toilets that were substandard, because this has been in the press. This has been in the press quite recently. Toilets, kitchens, and things like this being substandard. So we wanted to find out exactly what was the problem so we could cost it and see how much money the ministry needed to pay. Sorry, you can't be told about the toilets because this is secret. Toilets secret? Because then you'll know how many barracks we've got. We said, we already know how many barracks you've got. But then you'll know where they are. I said to someone quite senior, have you never heard of Google Earth? I said, if I want to, I can go on Google Earth, and within about 3 days, I can pin down every single barracks that is in Ukraine, exactly the same as the Russians have done and can do. So why is this secret? What's Google Earth, was the question. And I'm sorry, but the Deputy Minister has talked about, updating the people in the ministry. Well, you've got people in the ministry who don't have emails and don't listen to email and don't use emails and who don't know what Google Earth is. So, sir, we have still some challenges and a long way to go. That is me. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Grant. And since you touched upon the issues of civil society or civilian society, I ask you also to give a brief answer to what Yevhen Marchuk asked about your evaluation of the preparedness of the Ukrainian society to accept this military state option.
I think that's a very good question, and I hear a lot of people talking about it. I think that the society would be prepared to do anything if it's required, but what society wants to see is a clear guidance and instruction, and more than anything, dialogue, because there's no dialogue. There's not this proper discussion coming out of either the Rada or the President's administration that allows people to understand what they've got to go. I mean, we've actually had a period, and you've seen it, we've had a period where civil society has been suppressed, where the volunteer battalions were effectively neutered by the system. Instead of using the volunteer ethos that came out when the war started to regenerate the system, it was squashed. And so what's happened now is we have a general staff trying to get volunteers to come and join the army and struggling. And it's not surprising, because if you push people away, they won't come back. So I think this is a case of dialogue. Is Ukraine fighting this war with society, or is society separate from the general staff and military?
Thank you very much. І підбиває підсумки дискусії своєю промовою Дейна Піт.
And now the Vice President on Defense Programs and Airlines and Transmission, Mr. Dana Pittard, I give the floor to you. And after that, we will have a chance for the Q&A with all the panelists.
And that will probably be the only Ukrainian I'll speak today. But it's an honor, truly an honor to be here with you this morning. Just a little bit about the company I represent is Allison Transmissions, which is actually the world's market leader, both at markets and technology, in the heavy and medium military wheeled vehicles and tracked vehicles. We are throughout the world. We're in 110 countries throughout the world. On a personal basis, before joining Allison, I served 34 years in the United States Army, retiring as a Major General. And during that period of time, multiple combat tours, and really in all of America's wars. And my last job was as the ground commander fighting ISIS in Iraq and Syria. As we kind of look at what is going on here, there are parallels that I think we can learn from many different experiences, from our own experience as far as from America. When America was a new democracy, we just broke away, fought for 8 years from the British Empire at the time. In fact, they wouldn't leave us alone, so we ended up fighting them a second time. But America as a new democracy was not taken seriously because we were economically weak, we were militarily weak, and if you look at all of our national elements of power, whether it's diplomatic, informational, but especially military and economic, we were weak. It wasn't until America strengthened its economic power and its military power that we were in fact taken seriously. So as we look at the security situation today, and you've heard the discussion already as far as all the elements of national power, again, whether it's informational, it's cyber, it's technological, military and economic, of what we find ourselves here today, here in Ukraine. The modernization and strengthening of the Ukrainian armed forces is a must in this current environment. You know, Ukraine has such a rich history as far as the defense industry. It was right here in Ukraine where the T-34 tank was developed and designed and produced for so long, which it's tough for Americans and others to admit this, but it was the best tank in World War II, without a doubt. But it was here in Ukraine where it was in fact developed. So the modernization of the Ukrainian armed forces with the help of others, from Western nations to Western companies such as Allison, we think is a must. I'm here today because we desire a strategic partnership with Ukraine and with UKRAINIan and others. And I guess I'll really conclude with saying that we are physically here today because of that. Now there's some companies that are hesitant, and frankly they're not here today. And I think our presence here and the presence of others who are here today speaks volumes. And those who are not here with their silence also speaks volumes. So again, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter. You say you're physically here, but how close you're mentally to us, and how close you feel us being far from you mentally, psychologically? Is there a hard barrier in this respect?
Is there, I heard the last part, is there a what?
Is there a surmountable barrier when we speak of mental and psychological issues of cooperation between American industrialists, Ukrainian industrialists, Ukrainian state bodies, and all this?
Obviously there's things that we must work out, but the desire is absolutely there. We have support from our government to be here. We have support of our government also to support the modernization efforts. And again, our business is about adaptive and innovative propulsion solutions, which would certainly assist both military wheeled vehicles and tracked vehicles here in Ukraine.
Thank you very much.
Thank
У
you.
нас залишається приблизно 11 хвилин.
We have about 18 minutes, and I see as there were no questions from the audience, Mr. Brochenko also can respond to the questions of Mr. Marchuk. I see there are questions. Now Mr. Brochenko and then two gentlemen over there can ask their questions. Thank you for the opportunity to respond. So on plans and all the possibilities of the Ukrainian economy, I would like to say that now there are corresponding plans developed, and well, there are of course certain limitations, they're confidential, but the amendments to the legislations adopted in the last 3 years, they enable us to fulfill all the activities, including those included in the law on martial law regime. There are enough bylaws adapted and amended that enable both let's say the force block, which includes the MOD and other ministries like law enforcement, and to ensure everything necessary for the combat readiness of the army and also the operations with civil population. There are plans to allocate people and equipment in case of powerful escalation of the conflict in the east of our country. Thank you. And there was a question from 2 gentlemen. Please ask both questions and then we will answer. My name is Kikiriv Sergeyev. I am a lawyer and I am an ex-soldier from the anti-terrorist operation. A question to Mr. Kubiv. Mr. Kubiv is not present here. Okay, so a question. Most manufacturers tell that in Ukraine there is an obsolete system of certification for defense equipment, and when after field tests the equipment is sent to the troops, then sometimes even the software standard, for example, national standard for software has been developed in the 1990s. So as we have new equipment with new software, but it just doesn't fit the national standard, which is obsolete. This really makes the process of modernizing equipment very slow. Is the work going on to amend the obsolete standards for military equipment? And another question to Mr. Pavlovsky. There is also a problem that civil legislation is not ready for the martial law. The Ukraine has not had any war in 25 years. All the legislation has been developed for the peacetime. I saw an example, for example, when soldiers captured one insurgent as a prisoner of war, and they had a question, whom to give the vehicle to in which this insurgent was captured, because there was no clear regulation. And also there was a moment when soldiers in the front line had to pay rent for the house where they had their combat position, because there was no law that enabled them to expropriate this. So is there like monitoring of legislation on this? And second question. A question to Mr. Pavlovsky. My name is Savitsky from Deutsche Welle. Last week, the manufacturers of the radio electronic defense systems said that the Ministry of Defense has not been paying enough attention to this. So what is the readiness of Ukrainian army in this sphere? And is it about the need of tens, hundreds or thousands of means of radio electronic combat? Yeah, so now first, if those to whom the questions were addressed could answer, and then anybody else can also comment on that. As for standardization, the Ministry of Economy and Trade has cancelled a lot of standards, including standards in the military sphere, which can be applied till 1919. So there is a technical committee that develops all the new standards, and several standards on on landmines. Yes, they have been updated. So yeah, we keep working. And to Mr. Pavlovsky, there was a question also. I can start with the last bit. You know that as of now, our opponent uses digital equipment, means of communications and other technologies. So, for 25 years, electromagnetic warfare has not been updated. It was used in previous regimes and modes. So nowadays, the modernization of the electronic warfare support and its effective usage on the combat line with those capacities is a priority. We also develop new means of electronic warfare support and like dozens of different solutions. Some samples of this equipment, considering the tasks that we have to perform. It's not only about radio electronic, it's also about recon and so on. We develop this with our partners. So this obsolete equipment, well, we still use it when we can, but in terms of effectiveness, we already have dozens of new effective solutions, and this work goes on modernizing the equipment. So these, and now we already have the developments and new designs for all the tasks necessary. At the end of this year, we will have the final testing for these new samples. After that, we can launch mass production of them. As for houses in the combat line, yeah, we know that everything there is called anti-terrorist operation. So, yeah, matters that base of not having martial law should be regulated by the so-called military civil administration in these areas, because they have the powers to regulate all that. But yeah, even though we understand the current legislation does not provide the possibility to seize an apartment of a citizen where combat activities are. As for the vehicle, you said, everything is clear there. If you capture a vehicle from an insurgent, a terrorist, this is a trophy. Trophy is provided to the base, and then it is provided to the law enforcement. Thank you. And the really last question from the audience, a brief question to Mr. Pawlowski. There will be a panel discussion today. The question on land, the question is, where's water? Will Navy in Ukraine develop? And shipbuilding. I come from Shipbuilders Association. Naturally. Last year, according to the financial resource allocated and the priorities assigned, we have floated off 2 ships, and also the modernization is undergoing on Hetman Sagaidachi, the flagship of Ukrainian fleet, and what we managed to get back from Crimea. We also restore combat potential. Last year we have conducted capital reconstruction of 4 ships of Ukrainian Navy. This year we plan to increase the Ukrainian fleet to add 4 to 6 small armored ships. Now, as the Black Sea factory has been bankrupt, there are negotiations on the further construction of the corvette. Also, we develop the matter of budget guarantees to modernize another ship. I wouldn't like to go into details with the press here. And shipbuilding, analyzing all the current affairs, our cooperation with our partners, especially from Eastern Europe, Yeah, it would be great if we would have shared projects with other Eastern European countries because it's preferable economically. Also, shared manufacturing enables us to faster implement joint standards, standards of the EU or directly the standards of NATO. And also, it would be interesting if shipbuilders would also work on developing newer ships together with our partners, so we can speed up not only through adopting the standard or the specification of metal. If we develop it together with other countries like EU countries, NATO countries, then we'll understand exactly that when we build this corvette or plane, everything follows the specifications and the standards, which ensures full integration of Ukrainian military-industrial complex, which is the subject of our discussion a bit later. Yes, we will talk about this later. Now I can give 2 more minutes overall for any comments if you wanted to say something. So anyone, if there's anyone willing to comment? No. Thank you. So, we have discussed the topic, we have created the foundation for further discussion, and Mr. Vysotsky said that the President has taken a decision, and Mr. Marchuk also mentioned a decree, kind of signed or not signed by the President, but only the President's decision is not enough. There should be people who are informed, who have experience, who tell him what the decision would be the best. So I hope this forum and the conversations on it help you exchange experience, so we all would have solid foundation to build a strong defense of Ukraine that will protect us all and ensure security. Thank you for your attention. Now a coffee break, and the next session is at 11:30. Thanks to Mr. Kulikov for the moderation. So, dear guests, we have 30 minutes break. Next panel discussion is going to happen in this room. Please come back in half an hour.
all the members of the next panel, and please invite those who still continue their discussions in lobby. So please, everyone, join our discussions. Esteemed panelists, please take your seats in the presidium.
Шановні колеги журналісти,
Esteemed colleagues, journalists, please leave Mr. Pavlovich alone. Mr. Yuri Valentinovich, join us.
прошу також покликати
Also invite all the other panelists to join us and all the other members of today's forum.
Отже, ми розпочинаємо.
So we start. Our panel discussion number 2 will be dedicated to reforms, investments, export and innovations. And today we've got very representative participants of this panel. Some of the panelists informed us that they will be a bit late. For example, Denis Hurak from UKRAINIAN will join us a bit later during the second part of the panel, and we've got the key issues to discuss, that key sector reforms and the results of their implementation. Here we mean the sector of security and defense, then support of innovative technologies, development of the military-industrial complex, opportunities of the public-private partnership or PPP, integration of products of military-industrial complex into the world market, as well as increasing investment attractiveness and improvement of financial situation of enterprises of the military-industrial complex. And as I've mentioned, we got a representative panel, and we see former and current deputy ministers. We've got General Igor Pavlovsky, Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine, Yuri Brovchenko. I believe he will join us later. Or he was represented during the first panel. Then Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine for Euro integration in 2004, Admiral Ihor Kabanenko. Then Deputy Minister of Economic Development and Trade of Ukraine 2015-2016, Ruslan Korsh. And we've got representatives from the Association of Ukrainian Defense Manufacturers, and namely, here we speak about Director of the Center for Army Conversion and Disarmament Studies, Valentin Badrak, and co-chairman of the board, Ukrainian Defense and Security Industry Association, Yevgen Rokitsky, as well as representative of Motor Sich Company, and Mr. Denis Kravchenko, member of the board, Association of Ukrainian Defense Manufacturers. So we may split this panel discussion into two parts. One would be political, speaking of the reformation agenda, reforms agenda. That is why during the first part of the panel discussion I will give the floor to current and deputy ministers, former current deputy ministers, and then we are going to speak with different associations which are aimed at involving investments into the security and defense sector. So now I'm giving the floor to Mr. Kabanenko, Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine for Euro integration in 2014. And right now let me share with you my thoughts regarding security and defense sector. In 2015, while having a meeting with the Vice Prime Minister of US, Mr. Biden, well, we were left alone, and Biden told me, I believe that the problem of Ukraine is in the execution of the tasks and targets set, and implementation of the documents of political, strategic nature, and in enforcement of laws. So, right, during 2017, during this period, we have passed a lot of important documents, namely this strategic bulletin, which was referred to by the representative of NATO, and we have to get concentrated how to appropriately fulfill and implement this document. So, Mr. Kabanenko, hello, thank you for kind words and for inviting me to this forum. I would like to present our view and a project that's a pilot project of the International Center, which was recently created by people who know the system from the inside, and also representatives of the volunteers movement of Ukraine, who were really proactive during the first months of the conflict. So this is such a think tank which sees its task in offering to the government, to the stakeholders and society, strategies, important strategies in the security and defense sector. That's like a view from the bottom, with due account of the social indicators, indicators from the front line, from the inside of the armed forces. So that's a pilot project which is based on the analysis of implementation. Yeah, and today we spoke a lot about strategic documents. So to say, great amount of important, no doubt, important pieces of paper, as you call them, right? Documents. But we would like to get concentrated on, namely, implementation of strategic defense bulletin, and that's a key project and the key document of defense agenda in Ukraine. And let me offer a vision and what are the outcomes and what are the time frame. So that's a document which is publicly accessible. So here we speak about the strategic targets of the defense reform. So the first target would be to join together all the seniors and follow the standards which were applied by NATO. Efficient policy planning of resources in the field of defense with the use of up-to-date Euro-Atlantic approaches. That's the second aim, second target. Then appropriate capabilities in order to combat, fight against the Russian aggression. That's peace support and support of international security. Then joint logistics and medical care support system in order to strengthen all the components of defense, and professionalization of the defense forces and creation of necessary reserve. The task and the methodology of this monitoring. So the main aim would be to carry out monitoring and to provide or give the quantitative and qualitative assessment of the current status of fulfilling the bulletin. The qualitative approach is based on analysis and synthesis on the current status of achievement of strategic targets and goals, which were mentioned on my first slide, with due account of indicative indicators according to the metrics of attaining the strategic goals and fulfilling the main tasks of defense reform. Then quantitative approach based on appropriate interviewing of different people, representatives of state and non-governmental institutions, civil society, regarding the current status and perspectives of implementing the metrics, with assessing using the score from 0 to 10, and as a result we plan to produce appropriate graphic diagrams. Well, I would like to emphasize here that that's an extended, very vast spectrum of issues, but we see some areas of special attention. They are aimed at operative combat capacities of the armed forces. That is something we need for efficient assurance of appropriate defense, and also implementation of all the spectrum of the necessary standards of alliance. Those are operative standards, capability-based planning, which was mentioned today as well. Then standards of joint operations, different doctrines, standards in logistics, and no doubt human resources policies, that is 16D, that's manpower policy and procedures, and other aspects. So the operative combat capabilities and compatibility. So here we've got the sequence of such monitoring. We've got example like quantitative analysis. We have a strategic target, strategic aim. For example, the first strategic target would be joint forces which carry out their activities in compliance with NATO standards, and qualitative analysis is carried out by way of analyzing and carrying out synthesis. So that's introduction of amendments to some bylaws, legislative acts. So these are relevant issues, by the way, and changes to the functional structure of the Ministry of Defense appropriately, again, according to the standards of NATO, introducing of changes to the guiding documents of the Ministry of Defense with due account of all the standards. Then manpower management, the level of knowledge and understanding by the staff of MOD, standards and procedures which were passed or approved in the alliance countries, and different doctrines, delegation of authorities, and a range of other issues which have to do a lot with these very tasks. And again, let me tell you that this all is based on the matrix of attaining appropriate standards, which is determined by the Strategic Defense Bulletin. For example, how we see the assessment. Well, and the assessment has taken place already. So this is one of the tasks within the framework of the first strategic target. This would be documents issued by MOD regarding assessing the activities of employees, officials, and we assess how standards are implemented, P16, how this all takes place in reality, that there are some challenges, and challenges are that are such that as of today a typical procedure of assessment of the officials' activities, it does not comply with these standards. So MOD has to be guided, has to use this document, but on the other hand, they have to implement appropriate standard. So we see this mismatch in these two things, and it must be mended, so to say, by appropriate legislation and in the field of implementation. This is not criticism, you know. There are problems, and there are approaches which tell us the answers, hint us at the answers, and we have to understand in what way to move forward in order to attain the tasks of the defense bulletin. Then quantitative approach, so the same strategic target, implementation of the task 121 and clause 10 of the plan of the roadmap of defense reform, delegation of authorities of the Minister of Ukraine, Deputy Minister, heads of the structural divisions and units. So that's a questionnaire, and according to this questionnaire, we carry out assessments, for example, to assess the level of implementation of the practices of delegating authorities to the lower levels, because delegation of authorities, we understand that's not just delegating responsibility, but delegating, granting resources in order to fulfill some tasks. And assessment is taking place using all these questions. There are questions pertaining to assessment of some initiatives, creativity. By the way, according to P16, this very indicator ranks even higher, is valued higher than some executive functions, executive abilities. It's important to be creative in some way. And we had this poll. We had our questions answered by 2 civilians and 1 serviceman, and we've got this spider chart or diagram, and we assessed these practices of delegating authorities. That's not the final document. This just demonstrates the approaches and in what way it's taking place. And what would be the outcome and expected results or outcomes of this monitoring would be, again, analysis of monitoring of fulfilling strategic defense bulletin. We will be using the plan approved by MOD regarding implementation of the reform. That's, so to say, a roadmap of defense reform. So to say, quantitative, qualitative assessment or score, because the bulletin was made public in June of the previous year, and the plan was drafted in August. So 1 year almost passed, and in 1 year we will have a document with all this data I just informed you of, and there will be text version and graphical version. And no doubt we see here some opportunities. This assessment from the bottom, and in this way we are going to support the activities of the National Reform Council, the Committee of Reform of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, etc., regarding implementation of the reform. So these tasks they are determined by the legislation, they are provided for in the legislation, and in the Strategic Defense Bulletin. Here we see the time frame of the monitoring, and as I've mentioned already, we plan presenting results of the monitoring in September this year. That would be all from me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Igor Vasilyevich. Esteemed colleagues, I did not introduce 2 more representatives of our panel discussion. That is Darius Lishchuk, partner Danton Warsaw, from Warsaw, who is the partner of today's forum, today's event, as well as I did not introduce myself. I'm Yuri Husiv, and I used to be Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine 2015-2016. And I would like to introduce a colleague of mine, a person who in 2014 was responsible for 4M sector and provided defense of Mariupol, and the person who is right now is the Deputy of Minister of Defense, Mr. Pavlovsky. The floor is yours. Thank you. Esteemed colleagues, we are considering really important issues, and the key reforms of defense and security sector and results of their implementation. Political and economical situation in the country right now is or has resulted from appropriate events in 2014, annexation of Crimea, and an armed conflict in the east of Ukraine with the participation of a foreign country which has great military capabilities, including nuclear nuclear power, and we've lost our economic potential, and they are really threatening the sovereignty of Ukraine. That is why we need to protect our country, including by a military way. And this situation resulted in approving a range of political decisions, and that is to the refusal of Ukraine from out-of-bloc status and determining the Russian Federation as a country aggressor. And there were appropriate amendments, changes into the legislation of Ukraine on the basics of foreign and domestic policy, and those regarding integration of Ukraine to the European Union with acquisition of the membership in the European Union, and more profound cooperation with NATO in order to achieve the criteria necessary for attaining status of a member of this association, this alliance. And in the reading of 2016, the strategy of the national defense of Ukraine says that ensuring the national integrity and defense of Ukraine requires the brand new policy and efficient protection of the interests of the country, including in economic, humanitarian sphere, etc., and reforming of and creation of the efficient security and defense sector of Ukraine. We have to regain our territorial integrity. And that is why we have to have powerful armed forces which would be equipped with modern ammunition, equipment, then good reconnaissance authorities, etc. So here we speak about profound changes of the defense and security sector, including complex reformation of all the system of national defense and security in order to be accepted by European Union and NATO as a member. Then we have to develop the country with due account of the standards of NATO. We have to create an efficient sector of security and defense which is capable to regain the territorial integrity of our country, and we have to guarantee a peaceful future to our country, then ensuring neutralization, prevention of external threat, and urgent response to appropriate situations. So we have to be based on that the main relevant threats would be aggressive actions of the Russian Federation, which are there in order to destroy our country and to grab its territory by way of direct military aggression, temporary occupation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, the city of Sevastopol, and attempts to destabilize the situation in Azov and Black Sea region, creation and support of quasi-state states within the territory of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, participation or intrusion of the Russian military forces to the eastern Ukraine, sabotage activities, then shaking of the situation near to the border of Ukraine, and location at the Crimean Peninsula of nuclear weapons. Then there are other destructive tendencies. That's the practice of hybrid wars and the use of special operations and different provocations in order to lead to conflict situations. Then strengthening internal instability of adjacent countries, then strengthening of militarization in the region around Ukraine, increase in the foreign military presence within the territory of countries adjacent, then destabilizing policy of the Russian Federation and their actions in the adjacent countries, destabilization of NATO, etc., then avoiding sticking to their obligations in the field of armament control, modernization, and perfection of the technical reconnaissance complexes, boosting their capacity, attempts of unsanctioned access to different facilities, and damaging the infrastructure of Ukraine, breaking the system of negotiations, of formalizing the borders of Ukraine as well as continental borders, then informational war of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, etc., with With due account of all the above mentioned, the main task would be to increase the defense capacity of the country, to boost capacities of all the authorities, then to increase the capacities of the defense complex of Ukraine during this special period, then modernization and development of the defense complex, then increase in the manufacturing capacities, improvement of manufacturing capacities which produce weapons and military equipment.
And also deepening cooperation with foreign countries, especially with the NATO members and the EU member countries. And talking about the implementation of individual aspects that are directly in the competence of the MOD, the concept of the security defense sector sets out the following directions of reform. To optimize the staff and the number of soldiers, to modernize equipment, to improve the training system and logistical system, to ensure compatibility with other defense sectors in case of joint actions as part of defense scenarios and courses. Improving the level of skills according to the NATO standards. And every direction of reform is done in several phases. The first phase, by the end of 2017, to optimize and increase combat preparedness of the units, developing new units, and reforming command and control system, also command among different units, using special operations troops as a dedicated type of unit, according to the concept creation of the new types of units like immediate response services and reserve forces, the creation of effective system of mobilization and pre-mobilization training. To increase the number of soldiers who serve professionally, to improve readiness at the borders, to have the capacity to rapidly respond, to rapidly escalate the response in case of a threat, to continue modernization and creation of new systems and warfare, to introduce cybersecurity for MOD and in the matters of interagency cooperation to ensure the security. And the second phase till 2020, to keep improving combat readiness of units according to NATO standards, to use the command and control structure according to the NATO systems, keep modernizing equipment and communications according to the needs and priorities of the army, the improvement of informational security systems, improvement of training and achieving the indicators according to NATO standards, improvement of the preparedness of special operations forces and reserve forces, introducing technologies for all branches of the army. Some of these directions are working in parallel. There are challenges, but everyone is willing to fulfill this task. An important matter as well is to establish direct good relations with Ukrainian manufacturers in the military-industrial complex. Lately, the National Security and Defense Council has initiated the implementation of presidential decrees on modern aspects of military-industrial policies. There are interagency committees at the NSDC that keep controlling the development of the new equipment and arms, and places control over state procurement of arms, which is sometimes not easy, is considering the limitation of resources. And As in 2014, the parliament and the government has amended Ukrainian laws on defense planning and on placing defense procurements. There was also a decree number 117 about prepayment of goods and services procured from the budget. This all enables to provide equipment to the anti-terrorist operation and to overcome other challenges like providing ATO participants with bulletproof vests and other needed equipment to organize the repair of arms and equipment in the conditions of the special period, in the conditions of anti-terrorist operation, the development of fortifications in the zone of anti-terrorist operation and then the state border, providing prosthetics and orthotics to and orthoses to the wounded ATO members using newest technologies absent in Ukraine. Improving the economic mechanisms in defense system goes on. So last year an important procedure has been enacted on defining the prices for defense goods and services. Governmental decree number 517. Sorry, it was 942. Also the improvement of the algorithm of defense procurement and payment procedures for goods and services procured as part of defense procurement. The level of national security of Ukraine depends on the effectiveness of the authorities functioning, the distribution of the powers and mutual cooperation of the agencies and authorities, which can be done by updating the concept and conceptual foundations to use the military in the defense sector, and by modernizing industrial defense complex and optimizing budget expenses for the defense using target program approach to define the volumes of resources required for the effective functioning of the SDS. This is our responsibility nowadays and in the future. Thank you, Mr. Igor. At the end we'll have a Q&A session, so you can prepare your questions. And I would like to invite the next presenter, Mr. Ruslan Korsh, Deputy Minister of Economic Trade, Economy and Trade in 2015. He is a person who has helped reform the ministry, and he was responsible for defense and security in the Ministry of Economic Development and Trade. So, Ruslan, before you express your vision on the economic part of SDS, I would ask you to comment that Prime Minister Groisman, in his report, has said that the budget for security and defense should be at least doubled. Do you think it's enough to double this budget, or should it be tripled? As you had the experience of Deputy Minister of the Economy, how effective is budget planning in SDS? Thank you. As for the budget, the defense budget, from my point of view, I can only say about the scope of the procurement for equipment. Other parameters of the budgets were outside of my competencies when I was Deputy Minister. So as for the volume of the state defense procurement, is 10 times less than the minimum requirement of the Ukrainian military. I had the honor and the pleasure to work with the previous presenter. We've discussed these matters in the government, and as a response to the program of the development of arms and equipment, we, and by we I mean the Ministry of Finance mostly, we could provide the resource that was only was 1/10 of what was needed. And this still is one of the major problems that we face. This slice of the pie is very small. It should be way bigger. And if you take and divide this volume of procurement by the number of companies of military industrial complex, then it's probably $1 or $2 million a year per company, and thus all the problems. There are no money for development. There is high production cost because the production of one piece of arms, of course, is more expensive than a mass-produced piece. And this enables monopolies in this sector, and this maintains old principles of interaction between the customer and the manufacturer, the principles of, let's say, non-competitive choice of products. These are the problems that the country is facing and the whole military industrial sector is facing. So until we'll be able to increase the volume of procurement, this challenge will prevail. We cannot make miracles, of course. So there's a different opportunity to expand export capacity. In order to do that, we have to face the facts and to ask ourselves, our SDS companies, are we ready to work in foreign markets? In the first session, there was a presentation from a representative of one of the companies from the League of Defense Companies that had a challenge of certification of their products in foreign markets. We have to grow up. We have to be clear. We have to be predictable and strong to be able to access foreign markets. As for the ideas on reforming the defense industry, of course we have to start with the main participant, Ukроборонпром. Here I see 3 or 4 tasks. First is corporate management, or even I would start that Ukроборонпром as a quasi-ministerial authority has some functions that are redundant. It shouldn't have the functions of the state agency, ministry. It should become merely a business entity, so the state-owned defense holding. So corporate management. There's no supervisory board. For many years it hasn't been there, and this is a shame for the country. Especially that the members of the supervisory board are public officials. So with all due respect, they must take part in the works of these defense industrial entity. Have to expand the supervisory board and to add independent directors there and to improve the system of corporate management overall. We have to finally implement the idea of corporatization of state-owned companies, because we say that PPP, public-private partnership, is important, but this is not possible with the state-owned companies. We have to incorporate them first, make them business entities, so that then it would be at least some level of transparency, predictability, and access to capital markets. Because this is what incorporation brings. And this is a structural reform. 3 years ago, there were first statements from the new management of UKRAINIan that they will reform itself, that they will create sectoral holdings. Some initial steps were made, but in my humble opinion, for example, Ukrainian Aviation Corporation should be created differently, but I would rather talk about this off cameras. So, demonopolization. We have to do this in terms of manufacturing of arms and equipment, and also in terms of export activities. As Mr. Igor has said, it has to undergo the reform of relationship between the customer and the supplier. Last year there were some changes, but this is only a first and small step. It has to be market-based system. It has to be transparent and clear. So there should be the reduction in the number of tenders with the sole winner. Tenders have to be transparent and market-based, because now we cannot afford the situation when it's easier to import than produce in Ukraine. As I have said, we need a dialogue between private business and the state. And as part of this dialogue, we need to bring together the efforts. We've got several associations of defense companies, and from this podium I would like to invite them to join the efforts in developing and lobbying proper rules of game in this market, to develop draft laws, and to unite their efforts on cleansing their ranks and promoting fair principles in these activities, and also clusterization efforts to enter foreign markets in terms of innovative activity, developing new products and export projects. And I hope that this can be achieved this year. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Ruslan, for your speech. I would like to say that between the panel discussions I met my old friend, a person who since the first days has helped our army in the zone of anti-terrorist operation and the Ministry of the Defense. This is Andy Kusic from PricewaterhouseCoopers, who were one of the first who helped us reform the sector of state-owned defense companies. And I think Andy has said that at this conference we lack some optimism. So I hope next speaker can add some optimism and livelihood to this discussion. Next speaker is a colleague who also helped in the MOD, who was one of the volunteers since the very first days, Denis Kravchenko, a member of the board of the Association of Military Equipment Producers of Ukraine, and probably he will answer one of the questions announced by the previous speaker. Hello. I will start with a pessimistic tone. The question that Yevhen Kirillovich, Mr. Marchuk has asked, whether we are ready for large-scale aggression. Well, this was a question rather to the Ministry of the Economic Development, and I'm not a military expert. Yeah, even though I helped the military a lot. It's not a secret that during intensive combat activities, not the ones that happen now, but in intensive activities, but 15% of equipment is easily lost. So 15% of all the equipment in a month, which means that in 3 months of intensive warfare, 45%, almost half of equipment can be lost. So, can Ukrainian industry have the capacity to update 15% of its equipment park every month? And I think, is our SDS capable of this? This is a rhetorical question. Hearing the presentation of Mr. Brovchenko from the Ministry of Economic Development, I heard the word Ukroboronprom 3 times during this statement. So I don't know if Mr. Brovchenko will have a chance to respond, but I have a question anyway. Does the Ministry of Economic Development look only at Ukroboronprom or the whole military-industrial complex in Ukraine? When in 2014 we've been importing the equipment and repaired tanks. We had to repair tanks back then. I was hoping then, like in 2 years in Ukraine, every factory would be able to repair tanks and that our army would expand, but unfortunately those expectations were futile. In our opinion, I represent a private company in this industry. This private company invests from the civil sector to the military sector to develop. Here there are several representatives from our association. Also, our representative will speak during the next panel. This is purely a Ukrainian investment. It's not even foreign investment. So I fully concur to Mr. Korsh. The questions are really relevant. So what should we do? Firstly, to liberalize the market of arms. Full demonopolization and liberalization of the market of arms. Next, export potential. As an example, in Ukraine I do not know any equipment that would be fully financed and developed by the state. Especially now, in the military period, the state does not have money to fully invest the R&D and mass production. All the developments during 25 years, I know this because I've been working once in Ukroboronprom companies. They all have been funded through the exporting. So there is the whole cycle. And it's one thing if the state funds a year of production, but it never happened. The state is way too slow. So all the new developments become obsolete by the end of the process. So it's of no use. Nowadays, in order to have a new piece of equipment, we have to sell it abroad, as the money does not come from the state. But the exporting market is really regulated. There is the so-called Institute of Special Exporters, which has 6 companies, and only those 6. And if a private company develops even, let's say, a dual-purpose equipment, it cannot sell it, but only through one of these 6 so-called special exporters. So then the private company cannot complete the development through export. That is why I'm saying that we have to open the market. As for possible restrictions, and I'm kind of responding to opponents who say that this market has to be regulated somehow, I can respond with a small example. Our companies get armored vehicles, modernize them, and we are looking for import phase out. For example, you can get a brake cylinder for an armored vehicle for, let's say, 10,000. So let's just say one unit, we can get it for 10,000, and it is manufactured. You can imagine in which country all Soviet equipment has been manufactured. As an experiment, we make a drawing. We find a Ukrainian company that produces brake cylinders for cars, for civilian trucks. We ask to do this following our drawings, and the price falls down 4 times. When people say that we cannot open this market and we cannot deregulate because this is going to be expensive, I don't believe this. Ukrainian companies, Ukraine is like a second China now. We have cheap workforce, we have cheap design potential, so in my opinion we have to use this. We have to deregulate the market. We are living in the military industrial complex. We live in the legacy of the Soviet system, which had the Ministry of Defense of the Soviet Union and the Ministry of Heavy Industry. So the Ministry of Defense was procuring only tanks, but the investment in manufacturing, in the manufacturing capacity, have been done through the Ministry of Heavy Industry. That's why the cost of a tank was cheaper here than in the US for the MOD. Now the state does not want to invest in preparing the manufacturing base. But this is important. The Ministry of the Economy must do this. But they either don't have money. Well, I've heard that some equipment is procured, maybe to Ukroboronprom. But if we want to have the full industry in Ukraine, not only Ukroboronprom companies, we have to switch from regulated economy to normal, open economy, and also to invest in the base for mass production. This might be more expensive somewhere, but it also might be cheaper, as I gave an example. So the state, through the budget of MOD, I think should invest this. So the budget of MOD should be tripled or 5 times bigger. And if you want to develop the military-industrial complex, then this is a buzzword. Well, what does it actually mean? This is basically providing better manufacturing base for all Ukrainian companies. So let us account for this, put it in the cost price, make the market motivate, and then the companies would be interested to do this. This is market environment. Thank you. So Ukroboronprom concern has been mentioned. Now I have Mr. Gurek, Deputy General Director of Ukroboronprom, and and we've heard Mr. Kravchenko, who in 2014-15 has been updating armored vehicles with frame against cumulative charges. I just want to tell him that Mr. Marchuk in the first panel asked, is Ukraine and Ukrainian economy and industry ready to operate under martial law, if God forbid it comes? Thanks, and I'm sorry I came late. It was not my fault, and the criticism towards the address of Ukroboronprom is understandable. As one person has said, Ukroboronprom is now the impersonation of evil in the public opinion. And in this context, my current representation and report will be aimed at overcoming this stereotype. I would like first to ask you to play a video, and the interpreters now have to switch off. After the video I will tell more.
So this vehicle is done in cooperation of state and private industries in Ukraine, and that's actually a very good example also of how we can counter hybrid warfare, because that's the most important thing which we need to concentrate on now as a state. I intentionally transferred my speech to English so our foreign partners would understand all the senses and all the points which I wanted to raise. If you can put my presentation, I'd be very grateful. Включіть, будь ласка, презентацію.
Please switch on the presentation.
So, nonetheless,
Будь ласка, знайдіть презентацію.
Please find the presentation.
which I wanted to raise, and probably the main aim of this forum today is investments into Ukrainian defense industry. That's what we're talking about for 3 years already. And some people claim that there's the current situation is not possible to attract investment, with which I agree to the most extent, but still my main aim of today's speech is to show you that Ukraine's defense industry is investment attractive. And next slide, please. So you see general picture. What is Ukроборонпром today? It's huge, it's a big organization, it's a quasi-regulatory agency, quasi-holding company. It employs more than 80,000 people in 5 key defense industries. Next. What we had 2 years ago, you see on the screen, more than 100 enterprises, most of them economically inefficient, and our objective as a team of managers, which came in July 2014, when the war basically started, was to create a driving force of the economy from the concern or consortium, or simply UOP. Next. Initial conditions were quite bad. It was depreciation of assets. Export trade was done mostly in military stocks. More than 50% of companies were on the verge of bankruptcy. There was zero innovation, non-motivated staff, high level of corruption, and lack of teamwork and communication within the system. Next. The solution was quite easy. It's internal transformation by starting from the top. We started doing all these obvious, simple things from the top. Now we are, and we succeeded in a lot of them. Next, please. So by developing personnel, by developing transparency, by developing manufacturing innovations, by increasing operating effectiveness of operating activity and integration into the world community, we wanted to achieve few clear results. Next, please. There is a history, what was the situation with a link to the security situation in Ukraine in 2014, 15, and 16. In 2014, objectively, we concentrated only on repairs and the restorations of the existing military equipment due to budgetary constraints, tactical situation in the battlefield, etc. So in 2015, due to reshaping of the system generally in Ukraine and shaping of the defense order, we started thinking of serial production of equipment and developing new items. In 2016, there was a priority of technological upgrade, which still continues, and developing of the strategy and concentration on reform of UOP as a reform of the state military or defense complex, because we account to a larger part of this complex. Next, please. Some figures for 2016. We paid more taxes than we received budgetary money for repairs and production of equipment. We saved a lot of money on Prozoro and other electronic trading platforms, transferred a lot of equipment, and started a lot of applied science and scientific researches. Next. Some other figures. they are not that good if you view them from the investment analysis point of view, but they're good in the way that if you analyze them, you can see that there is a large room for improvement. So unfortunately, as of today, with an indicator of, if you take the indicator of the revenue per employee, we're probably 20 times worse than any US or European company. But that means that there is huge potential for improvement. Next. So some specifics of transferred equipment to show that we are capable of producing a lot in all kinds of sectors, in all sectors of defense production. Next. The statistics of the State Defense Order for 2016, which is aimed to show that first, the State Defense Order unfortunately is not that big, and second, that we are not a monopolist, for which there is a stereotype. You see on the bottom the distribution of State Defense Order between UOP and private companies. It's 50-50 basically for last year. Next, please. Countering corruption and transparent procurement is our main goal. So we were the first to introduce an electronic trading platform in UOP back in 2014 because we had a legal possibility to do that, not waiting for general Prozoro system to come into place. It doesn't apply for all items, unfortunately, because some of them are still protected by the legislation on state secrets, basically, which needs to be reformed, and we are actually one of the main lobbies for reform of that legislation. Me personally, I gave analysis of how it could be reformed and how it should be reformed to probably all state interlocutors in Ukraine, including dozens of members of parliament, starting from 2014, because objectively this is the issue which precludes us from developing normal business-like relations inside the system within and in connection to cooperation of state agencies in Ukraine and external partners. Next. But still the results are quite encouraging in terms of general revenue, because we derive our main revenue from exports. So if you analyze the figures, it's 70% basically from exports, 30% from domestic market. Last year, there was a rise in revenues from exports, 25%. And it's a very good indicator because, first of all, what we managed to do on the international market for almost 3 years now is changing our reputation from gray armament dealers to a more like business-oriented organization. And secondly, we completely changed the structure of the components which we export and the products. We do not trade with military stock, which is illegal now. We trade with new produced products. And yes, because of current legislation, we trade also for private companies acting as their export agents. In this in structure of this revenue, I would say that 30 to 35% are the revenues which private companies had. Why am I saying this is that there are claims that if the market is liberalized tomorrow, the day after tomorrow we'll have a revenue of $3 billion of currency inflows into Ukraine. I would be very delighted to see that revenue coming, but if you have today 250 million, I don't know how can you have the day after tomorrow 3 billion. So in order to exclude manipulation of the facts, I just wanted to present you the objective reality. Plus, actually, there is a stereotype that Ukrbron is the only exporter, which is not in fact true, because actually we account to around 50% of all the exports of military items from Ukraine, because Motor Sich exports itself, Kras exports itself, Yuzhmash exports itself, now Leninska Kuzня can export itself. And responding to some previous comments, I wanted to make a notion that there is no legal ban for private companies to export from Ukraine now. They just need to pass a procedure, which is probably not very modern, but still there is a procedure. You can apply to state export control service. You have to establish some internal some internal regulations and establish internal control, export control regime within the company. And after that, after verification by the state export control service that you can do all the necessary controls for exporting the military items, they launch an application to the Cabinet of Ministers to include this private company to the list of companies who have a right to export. So this is, and there is no legal restriction for anybody whatsoever to do that. So that's, I'm just saying to exclude any manipulation, because all the negative comes to us that we are precluding somebody from doing that. And actually some private companies did that already, like aviation companies, new ones emerging on the market like Leninska Kuznia, but and others are, as far as I know, there are around 20 or even a few dozens applications in the State Export Control Service for having that license. So if private companies would have those licenses, it would be wonderful. It's good for the market. But as in any country, as in this industry, there are strict rules for exporting military items. And if you open the market in one day, that would give, I can claim that and will defend this thesis really heavily, that if you open the market at once, it would give more problems than pluses. So next slide, please. If to support this thesis, I just want to show you what is hybrid war today and why there is a public opinion that everything is bad in Ukrainian defense industry. We have analyzed the origins of information attacks coming at various defense institutions, for the larger part us. So 85% of them are originating from Russian media or from LNR, DNR media. That's on the left. And on the right, you see what's the place in the worldwide renowned ratings of UOP as a company. Next, please. Also, there is a good evaluation by Forbes. We have been placed at 9th place as the most innovative company. Next. So you see our priorities of international activity. They're quite clear. They're all aimed at achieving results in the international arena. Next, please. And to show you the strategy and way of thinking, you see here on the screen pictures of flags of countries with which we concluded memoranda, which are basically in this industry and initial agreements for doing some business. So almost 65 memoranda with 20 countries. And if you see the flags, you would see that we started reorientating from our traditional markets in Asia and Africa to Western markets and to NATO countries. Next, please. So we, speaking about NATO, we as UOP act as a representative of Ukraine's defense industry in NATO, because there is no one association in Ukraine, unfortunately, which is required, which according to NATO rules can represent the industry within the NATO Industrial Advisory Group and Conference of National Armament Directors. So we take this responsibility now, and we participate in all possible formats that NATO provides for defense industry, and we work closely with private companies, giving them the way to work with NATO to be included in their R&D and various projects, for which we, in order to do which we we organized the first ever Ukrainian Defense Industry Days in NATO headquarters at the end of November last year, which was a good event and brought a lot of attention from foreign diplomats to our industry in general, not only state industry, but also private companies. And that was our main aim to do, especially like that. Next, please. So in terms of development, we are now closely working on developing a concept of so-called UOP Academy, which we hope will be supported by NATO officially, and there are some good signs that it could be like that, which we see, and this we see as the most important thing for future development. We're not waiting for the so-called UOP Academy to start working. We already are doing a lot of studying and educational programs with various educational institutions in Ukraine, with business schools for business education, and you see on the slide that we recently organized a educational course with the most renowned US business school in defense industry. So Boeing CEO was in this business school. It's a part of your Arizona State University, and we view this as a very good step towards creating a really good interlink and changing the mentality of Ukraine's defense industry in general, because unfortunately we still largely live in Soviet Union. We fully realize that if in headquarters we are progressive, let's say, in our factories, there is still so much work to be done, because if you see the industry, if you look at it from a little bit from another angle, it's so complex as transforming the country. It's even harder, because for 25 years the country was transformed a little bit. Something was happening, right? In defense industry, nothing was happening. Everything was worsening from the status which was in the Soviet Union. Next, please. So I am saying this only to make one point, is that if we want to change something, we need to work together. So all the countries should be united to do that, and we are the main people who want to do that, because we are the integrator of a lot of subsystems, and we have policy functions, and which we shouldn't probably have if the system worked properly, but a little bit later about that. This slide shows you what is the status with the science in Ukraine and scientific developments. It's also quite good in terms of capacity, in terms of spreading it. You see the map. Last year we had internships of more than 5,000 students, 500 of which were employed at our factories. Next. Due to good scientific school, we were able to perform a historic thing in the aviation industry, thanks to Antonov and its engineers and people who are producing that, who produced that aircraft, because this aircraft is the first ever aircraft produced without Russian components. Nobody believed that we can produce an aircraft without Russian components. We did it. So I think that's a new page and new chapter for the whole aviation industry of Ukraine. And we are very optimistic about this project and other project of re-engineering Antonov planes to Western standards with Western components. Next. Some statistics how we did import substitution on armored vehicles. So if you see on the top, there was large participation of Russian components in our BTRs in 2014 and 2015, thanks to large industrial base and the systematic work. We were able to re-engineer and remanufacture those armored vehicles without Russian components, and that's the case largely for the whole industries in Ukraine, including for the armored industry in particular. Next. So this is a summary for which regions participate in the program of import substitution. We basically sign memoranda with regional state administrations, giving them the list which items should be replaced. If those companies, if they want in those regions, if they want to participate, they just submit the list and work through with our production department how and factories how these items could be substituted. Next. Of course, we concentrate on product quality. Unfortunately, that's
Dennis?
Yes.
How many minutes do you need?
One more.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So next. A response to hybrid war. We're concentrating on innovations, doing a lot of new R&D projects, largely and mostly in cooperation with private companies. Next. So the main point which I wanted to make is that we fully realize that without reform there's no further development, and we will reach a maximum level of our capabilities and competences very soon if we don't reform. So the reform is aimed, the aim of reform is obviously the integration into the worldwide community. Next. This slide is aimed to show the progress on reform. Actually, why I was late for this meeting is that because I had a meeting with American partners showing and discussing the progress of reform, which we announced last year in Washington, D.C. at AUSA exhibition there. Next, please. So these are 5 key principles on which it is based. They're also quite clear. We want to make shareholding companies out of our factories, which is being done now at this moment. The process is ongoing in cooperation with Ministry of Economy. We want to clusterize them, basically unite them into production segments. We're about to start an international audit for which we're planning to launch a tender in Prozoro in May. Next, please. So here you can see all the bullet points, what it entails. So not to lose time, I just wanted to make one more point about innovations, and that's it. Next, please. Next. Next. So we fully realize that the main problem of Ukraine not being able to utilize its scientific potential is the gap between theory and practice. So after Soviet Union collapsed, a lot of scientists were left out of the system. They continued to develop and research, but they never knew how to get to the market. So some people emigrated, some people sold their know-hows and IPs, but there was no systemic movement, no systemic state strategy to promote innovations. We fully realize that, and in order to do that, we launched a project called Innovations Platform, which we are doing together with our United States advisor, former DARPA director, Mr. Tony Tetter, who is advising us on creating the strategy of innovations in Ukraine, and we are actually planning to announce a launch of so-called GARDA, which is the Government Advanced Research and Development Agency, which would be a name similar to an agency, a DARPA-like agency in Ukraine. But we already developed a commercial tool in the form of public-private partnerships in order to incubate all the technological startups. So sorry for taking too much time, but I was sure that it's worthwhile telling all this to our esteemed audience. Thanks.
Дякую, пане Денисе. Маємо вже коментар.
Thank you, Mr. Denis. We've got comments, but you know, we are limited in time due to lunch. And let me give the floor to the next speaker. We've got 3 more. That is why please stick to the time frame. Valentin Badrak, Director Center for Army Conversion and Disarmament Studies. Maybe he will be quite optimistic in his presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues, and with the account of the time limit, I'm going to talk just about one aspect, that is military technical cooperation, and let me start with telling you that I represent not just the analytical center, but the League of Defense Enterprises of Ukraine, which has more than 30 private defense companies as its members. And that this conference league is really powerfully presented because at every panel we've got representative of this league, and in our panel we've got even 2. So this shows us that we have to get united, and we, have our own message to the government authorities. And now to the essence. I completely support and I emphasize that we need liberalization of the market, as mentioned by the previous speakers. That's an absolute must, and that's a timely change, and this pertains to issues of the public contract and the military and technical cooperation. Because today I'm not going to tell you about export, import, but I'm going to tell you about supporting Ukrainian army, and Mr. Korsh mentioned that Ukrainian state defense contract had to be bigger, but even if it were bigger, we could not count to satisfy the needs of the army to more than 50%, and only way would be military and military technical cooperation, MTC. As of today, during 3 years, or after 3 years of war, we failed to implement at least one project in the field of MTC, military technical cooperation, and that's a pity, that's really bad, because namely MTC could allow us to break the ice and to start the systemic process of rearmament of Ukrainian army. And now let me touch upon some issues which allow us understanding the situation with MTC. You know, the General Staff of Ukraine, and yesterday or the day before yesterday there was the representative of General Staff at one of the conferences, and he confirmed that one of the greatest priorities of Ukraine would be ensuring the army with new communication systems. I mean protected communication systems, because we've got unprotected Motorola there right now, but it's acknowledged that that's one of the most priority directions, lines of activities. That is why in 2015 Mr. Poroshenko met with Mr. Hollande, and they agreed on passing the technologies to Ukraine. The French companies had to transfer appropriate technologies to Ukraine. So later on they reconsidered this decision. There was external pressure, by the way, but the main thing remains that the contract was reconsidered, and Ukraine has not fulfilled its contracts on building of Mi-24, modernization of 24. So the French party treated this negatively, this change in plans. And let me tell you that on April 18, 21, there had to be a meeting of the commission together with those from France, but the French party did not come. They did not want to do that. So this influenced the reputation of Ukraine and of a president who agreed personally. So this decision was reconsidered, and there is agreement with the Turkish party, and there is this official decision and signatures of Mr. Turchin, of Mr. Minister of Defense, then head of the General Staff. And there is this official letter to the Turkish party, which was informed that they were selected officially for supply of technologies, communication technologies, and aligning manufacturing process in Ukraine. But today we see some postponing, and there are attempts to reconsider this project. And now I am resorting to the deputy minister present here, because I mentioned whose signatures are there on that piece of paper. So that's a question to you. Yes, there is this external pressure even within the level of the Prime Minister, but Ukraine has to prove that it's ready for the MTC with foreign countries, especially that here we speak about very beneficial loans and offset conditions for Ukraine. So this may be the first success story in the field of military technical cooperation, and I selected this concrete example in order to show you how the decisions may be neglected, not fulfilled. But let me tell you that On behalf of the League, we've sent a letter to Mr. President of Ukraine with an offer, proposal to take this issue under his control. And we insist for this to happen, for the decision taken by Ukraine to result in something, and Ukraine not to lose its reputation, because otherwise we will be viewed as unreliable partner. Thank you, Mr. Valentin. And now I offer to give the floor to the representative of the International Legal Company, because we spoke about image, investments. Danton Swoso and Dariusz Oleszczuk, you're welcome.
The speaker is not using the microphone.
I'm sorry. Actually, we are about to start the lunchtime, so I will limit my comments really to the very few bullet points. Going back to the proposal from our moderator that we be a bit more optimistic in what we say, I have to say, like a person who is watching Ukraine from outside, you know better, so I will not try to make any recommendations to you, but from outside, indeed we see that certain reforms are taking place, both in privatization, the regularization, there is a private investment in the defense sector, so there is progress. I fully understand that many of you are not happy with the pace of that process, and perhaps sometimes it could be faster. On the other hand, I have to compliment both Mr. Pawlikowski as well as former Mr. Kawalenko that the reforms in the Polish military system are going much slower than ones in Ukraine. Of course, I note that you are in a particular situation, you have a war. Nevertheless, you have to realize that sometimes such big systemic reforms are taking more time. And I will not really speak about the advantages of Ukraine for foreign investment in the defense sector. We discussed this extensively last year at the first forum. I just wanted to point out that many of them are still remain, and I would like to state that IT is still #1 engineering force in the Central Europe. The capacity of the engineers you train in IT is really amazing, and there are more than 100 research and development hubs of international companies operating in Ukraine. It's a huge potential which clearly could be taken advantage in the innovation, including in the defense sector. Your aerospace sector is again leading. It's not only about on 222, 225, but you have I think like only one of the 4 countries in the world capacity to launch satellites from water, and you have a rocket capable of doing that. So these are really, things and assets which cannot be overcome. There were presentation about new products available in the defense sector. I will be not speaking about them. Some of them are really quite impressive, and there are many external investors who will be happy not only buy them, but really participate in the next stage development. In terms of what kind of feedback I'm getting from clients who are looking at projects in Ukraine, they see a progress on the fight against corruption, but this is still a factor, and unfortunately important. They complain on the lack of transparency in many business decisions. Although they recognize, I confirm that I'm getting from Denis and some other people in his organization this electronic bidding information, and I know that other people in the defense sector in Poland as well. I think there is an expectation that indeed there are some improvements in the procurement system of the defense staff. Nevertheless, there is expectation that there will be further reform of this system. And finally, there is expectation that there will be a more advanced process of corporatization of entities involved in the defense sector, including with the introduction of the corporate governance systems. Last point I wanted to make, clearly Ukraine and have companies competitive on the global market in IT, in aerospace, in precise machinery, military and radio electronics. The game is to integrate the sectors into the global lead market. And congratulations, do it fast.
Thank you. Ми вже перебрали дещо часу.
Thank you. We have overstepped our 10 minutes, but we have two panelists. My suggestion is to give 5 minutes to each of the panelists, and then we'll have another 3-4 minutes to discuss the comment from Mr. Ruslan Korch. Maybe somebody in the audience would want to ask. So I invite Mr. Vladimir Semenev, the Director of Corporate Rights and Investments of Motor Sich. We have mentioned this name already. Maybe he will add some optimism. Yes, I can add some optimism. Thanks a lot to the organizers. Thanks a lot to the participants. I agree with all the speakers. Yeah, we do need market liberalization. But the truth is always in between. I want to say some words in defense of the Minister of the Defense and to have a discussion with Mr. Valentin. Your examples are not as accurate as they could be. On one hand, yes. Yes, some work has started with the French on these projects. But if we remember when did it start and how many years have passed, the current position of the Ministry of the Defense, and I would like to say thanks to Deputy Minister present here, because through his efforts, now we really have the import phase out. Export, it's also good, it's required, this is support of our companies, but in these 3 difficult years in the country, companies have to reinforce the pace of import substitution. Also, I'd like to say thanks to Evgeny Marchuk, who has asked well, a philosophical question, but really it is deep. We should have it was great that we have started with it. And even the first question, is our society ready, and is our industry ready to face challenges that might happen? Yeah, Ukrbunprom representatives can show nice slides. We also have great slides. But Motor Sich and our president, the member of parliament, Mr. Boguslav, who is also the general construction, we are not asking questions about the final product because it's clear in our sector. We, for over 5 years, have been developing the new industry in Ukraine, helicopter construction, because Ukraine has been producing all the components for helicopters but just didn't assemble them. Well, it was the way it was organized in the Soviet Union. So now we are confident that we can produce for the final product, the helicopters. So the question I would like to raise, input substitution. Even here in these panel discussions, we have not discussed about building, about creating the machinery and materials. This will help our industry. Mr. Vysotsky raised the question of tests. Yes, we do have to change the laws to liberalize, for example, the certification. Because now we already can manufacture the final product and get it certified according to European and US requirements. But if you want to invest a bit more, when you talk to professionals like EASA, can you show the results of the tests of materials from which your engines, helicopters, planes are made? The results of tests of your components. So, you see, in terms of the French, for example, yeah, it happened. The first question we are asked is, where do you get your element base from? For example, for the communications equipment, for anti-aircraft systems. And element-based hardware components nowadays is always international cooperation. It's produced either in Europe, I mean like resistors and condensators. We used to have it in Ukraine, but it's all gone. And if we talk about deep import phase out, we have to talk about this. We have to invest in science, fundamental and applied science, that would help reinstate these, so that we would really be independent and would be able to get all the certificates, including American and European, and strive to the system to have it comprehensive. If we will simply adopt NATO standards, what the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Economy is doing, we are trying to align Ukrainian national standards and NATO standard system. But also it's only about security. Yeah, maybe we need more time or money or something else. It's not enough. I would also like to concur to Mr. Koch and other speakers. When we talk about liberalization, we have to support internal investors, Ukrainian investors, and only then to talk to externals. When the Ukrainian company looks good locally, then European investors, European banks, institutions will want to talk to them. So, we have to develop private-public partnership. We have an excellent law from 2010 or 11, I think. An excellent law and legislation base, because we always have a set of bylaws to add up to law. So, coming back to public-private partnership, there are about 58 or 68 bylaws for that law, and still it doesn't work, in industry at least. 8 years have passed already, but still we're only talking. Also, the system of Ukроборонпром, maybe we need this system. Yeah, there are advantages and disadvantages, but maybe it would be not the best wording for this audience, but bringing together a hedgehog and a snake, you know, it looks strange. Because the system of Ukроборонпром, well, at least in terms of aviation, I'm saying, Ukроборонпром has NTK, the Kharkiv factory, Factory 410, which was part of aviation industry, the Progress company. It's only that Motor Sich is not there. But the manageability now is lost in aviation industry, because companies Ukроборонпром have always been dealing with repairs of equipment, but they never did development, research and development. It takes experience and people and money, finance. Now this is another break that hinders the development of our aviation industry, for example. But once again, there's always a silver lining. Through the assistance of the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of the Economy, there are positive examples. I can tell about my company, Motor Sich. Despite all challenges, despite all hardships, we still manage to develop new equipment, to move ahead, to develop new products. And I would like to add one more thing. for 3 days, I visited ANTK, the Antonov factory. We have launched again the An-132 with Ukrainian engines project going on. Now we have these powerful engines because together with the Progress company we have changed the approach. Previously, only the previously our engine specialists had to fit the engine into an existing plane. Now it is happening earlier, so we are now able to really fit our engines onto the development phase. So there is cooperation at forums like these. We can exchange opinions and to find the balance. Thank you. Now, Evgen Rakitsky, briefly possible. We've got 2 more comments to Valentin Badrak and from Ruslan Korsh to Denis Guruk, which I think we worth also announcing here, and the discussion will happen in lunchtime. As I have 5 minutes, I want to raise 5 brief questions, and then I will add 1 more brief comment to what was said already. 3.5 years ago, when the Revolution of Dignity started in Ukraine, the leading theme was the discovery of Ukraine by the European market and European community. So maybe now we can look at these years and to say, have we used the opportunities that opened for the military-industrial complex after the Revolution of Dignity and after the DCFTA agreement with the EU was enacted? It's not a secret that in the EU the single market for security and defense products is still being developed slowly and painfully, but assuringly, and Ukraine has all the capacity to enter this market. And today, when we've discussed that Ukrainian volume of military procurement is not fit with the needs of Ukrainian army, but I can say that it's not fit even with the potential of Ukrainian military industry. So the markets of the EU, who have 100 times higher volumes of military procurement, they open new possibilities for Ukrainian manufacturers. But it was mentioned several times, we see problems related to the technical barriers in trade, not the tariff, but technical barriers. And these matters can be resolved through changing accents in the dialogue between Ukraine and the European community. Because as of now, this accent is put on like Ukraine being the agricultural supplier for the EU, and we have to deepen the cooperation on agricultural production. No, it's not only like that. We have to develop with the EU, we have to develop our potential in aerospace and defense industry, and to achieve this through recognition of the recognition of standards of EU and Ukraine, mutual recognition. This can be done only through the adoption of certificates issued by the European certification authorities and laboratories, and through creation of local Ukrainian certification authorities for military and dual purpose products, especially in aerospace and missile construction. In the areas where we have enough research and scientific base and where our experts are recognized. Another problem that was already raised, I would like to add a few words to it, is the development of research potential of Ukraine in the industrial sector. Before the fall down on the Soviet Union, Ukraine was making about 40% of all R&D in security and defense sector. In 25 years, this potential was basically lost. Now we have only the remnants of it. But the dilemma which we nowadays face is clearly related to two things. First, funding schemes, and the second is intellectual property protection. Nowadays, we have to get rid of the illusion that in the nearest 3 or 5 years, the state can become the driver for R&D. These funding must be found in private markets of venture capital, must be found in state it must be found in foreign institutions and authorities, and also from powerful corporations. In order for this funding to come here, we need to sort out the problem of intellectual property protection and also promoting intellectual property abroad, because investment can only come when there's clear understanding that the results of this R&D can be given to a manufacturer abroad, and then the products will be marketed appropriately. And my penultimate point was about humanitarian aspect of SDS development. This humanitarian capital that Ukraine achieved. Tens of thousands of highly qualified specialists in security and defense, officers, veterans, who have quite a good school of combat activities. They also make a good deal of service export to European countries and third world countries. We have a unique opportunity to develop from scratch an effective legislation base by adopting law and bylaws on private military companies. This will enable certain social functions, because tens of thousands qualified specialists will be organized, and they will be not dropped out from the society, and also it can help organize a set of economic challenges on effective service export. And the last thing, I would like to support my colleagues who have spoken and expressing their concerns about the about being overloaded with international participation. But now Ukraine probably is the only country in Europe where there's no single association or a single body that would represent all private and state-owned security and defense complex. And it's great that with the support of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine and the support of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we've started this recently. Now, we are trying to find an effective foundation for the cooperation of several sectoral organizations and several concerns, both public and private. Hopefully next year we will be able to report here that Ukraine in NATO agencies is represented by a single structure which represents the interests of both state-owned companies in SDS and private companies. Thank you, Mr. Evgen. Valentin Badrak, responding to comments from Motor Sich and a short question from Ruslan Korsh. Dear colleagues, just 2 sentences. Actually, I was speaking not about technologies, not about these nuances, but about policies of decision-making. This is a high level, and I vouch, I want Ukrainian military leadership to keep the face so that and that is why I brought this matter public, so that this question could not be revised. If any country adopts a specific decision, this decision has been taken not in a day but after long tests and supported by the Chief of Staff, by the leadership of the MOD and the Secretary of NSDC. In these conditions, I think this decision cannot be revised. If it happens, it will not be it would not be serious, really. A question from Mr. Korsh. Yeah, the speaker from UKRAINIAN has skipped a slide because there was lack of time, which is important, about structural transformations and cluster approach. If you could comment on that, how will UKRAINIAN be developed in the future? Denis Gurok. Briefly. Well, it was rather about legal nuances. Before companies are corporatized, it's difficult to bring them together, to bring their assets into some understandable business entities that would be functional, that would have the set of functions. So these things go in parallel. We complete 2 pilot projects on corporatization. 5 companies have been submitted for corporatization. The decision by the Ministry of the Economy has been taken. Mostly it's aviation. Antonov 410. Well, Kharkiv is going bankrupt now. Hopefully with joint efforts it will get out of bankruptcy. Other companies still await for the corporatization decision. For some of them it would be the decision of the parliament that would take them out of the list of companies that should not undergo privatization. And we have project managers responsible for all that. But we understand, in order to complete these projects, well, formally we need at least like a year per company. If you really need to develop the shares, and I mean there are a lot of legal nuances. That's why we hire an international consultant to do this. This is what is done everywhere. With our own efforts, we would do this for 5 years or more. That is why we hire a consultant, because this is the best experience on attracting investments. And corporatization will bring into action the so-called supervisory boards. And after these companies will be united in clusters or holdings or holding companies by sectors, there will be one big supervisory board where, according to the law since 2018, there should be independent members, regardless of whether it is UKRAINIAN or not. In this way, like in the nearest future, this will be complete. We hope it happens as fast as possible, not in 10 years, but way faster. Thanks. to all the participants of this excellent panel. We have overstepped our time. I would like to say that our joint work of the authorities, association of companies, experts and NGO will help reforms to take place faster. Now, bon appetit and see you at the panel after lunch. Thanks a lot to Yuri. Yuri was Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine in 2015-2016. Thanks a lot to all the panelists. As we have overstepped time limits, we expect that the lunch will be extended for 20 minutes. The third panel discussion will start Dear participants, we're about to start with the third panel discussion. While people are still coming in from lunch, I would like to introduce the moderator of the third panel discussion, Cyberspace and IT, Head of Board of ISSP Information System Security Partners, Mr. Oleg Derevyanko. Hello. Dear panelists, if you could take your seats, we are about to start. Yes, please. Using the best standards set by Andrei Kulikov, in journalism I also be standing, if I may. So, please take your seat. Is it? Sound check. Sound check, sound check. You should be able to hear. So, dear colleagues, if you're interested in cybersecurity, please come in. Cybersecurity is like politics. If you don't do it, it will do you. So, there's a well-known saying. Well, it's a really old joke, but still I have to say it. When many companies started doing modern cybersecurity, and modern cybersecurity started emerging basically after September 11 in the US. Before that, it was like network protection, but really modern security started emerging after that sad event. And then they were saying that companies and state organizations and NGOs fall into two categories: companies that have been hacked and companies that have yet to be hacked. In 2010s, it became different. There was a different understanding that all companies fall into two other categories: companies who have been hacked and they know about it, and companies who have been hacked and they don't yet know about it. Yeah, so with all this, looks like the light side falls behind the dark side. All the activists and state actors and all the participants in the industry, they apply new technologies dynamically as soon as they emerge. And I would like to start with a rather strategic level, so that we could build this panel like this. First about the strategy, and next about tactics, and also we have another participant who is dealing with information security, which is a little bit wider concept. We are rather about cyber security, but still we have to touch information security as well, because it's mutually related. So I would like to start with a question to the representative of the MOD, Mr. Sokolov, Colonel Sokolov, who is the head of Informational Technologies Department in the MOD. I know that you have prepared a certain information for us, and I would like to invite you to voice it, and then we'll get to some more interactive discussion so that it would be more dynamic, because cybersecurity is a dynamic thing. Please, if you may.
May I have my slides, please? Hello, everyone. I'm Colonel Sokolov, and I'm Head of Information and Technology Department, Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. I would like to share such thoughts with you. What's happening in the MOD right now, and what's the main problem in Ukraine? Let's have a look at my slides. So the slide, which is shown to you right now, characterizes the cyberspace, and we see how a cyberspace overlaps with social networks. This is not a new slide, and this pertains the cyber operations. We see this overlap with all the other operations carried out by the armed forces of Ukraine. And let me mention one thing, that Ukrainian armed forces, as of now, are the most protected sector in cyberspace, because they don't have information systems. We are not interesting to the perpetrators who carry out cyber attacks. Then this is the legislative framework. You may see the law of Ukraine, and that's just the draft law, and that's the main document in the field of cyber security in Ukraine, and all the rest bylaws and draft laws and laws. So what's the mission of MOD? Defense of Ukraine is a system, it's carried out, etc., etc. But it's meant in order to be ready to protect the country in case of armed conflict and armed aggression. Why am I highlighting namely these words? In my presentation I'm going to explain this to you. So armed aggression, that's the use of armed forces by other country or other countries, and it all pertains the blockade of ports, distortion of the means of communication of Ukraine. That's the attack of the armed forces of other countries. So we see in our legislation we've got this issue of armed aggression, armed attack, armed forces of other countries. And civil protection, it's also carried out appropriately, and there are such measures, as you may see, and there are civil protection measures which may be necessary during military actions or as a result of such actions. And the MOD and the general staff of the armed forces of Ukraine, according to their competences, are responsible, according to the strategy of cyber security strategy, to be ready to counteract the aggression of any other country, to have military cooperation with NATO as regards the cyber safety insurance, and cooperation with the Service on Protection of Information, Security Service of Ukraine, and we have to protect our own informational infrastructure. And we may see, because right now I've emphasized what we've got in our legislative framework, there is a range of problems unsolved and such collisions, as I call them. So the procedures of the use of different means of cybersecurity during peaceful time, this is under-regulated in our country. I believe we will amend the law of Ukraine, which is currently just a draft law. What's the nature of the systemic consequences of cyber attack? For example, a website of MOD was attacked. Is that a cyber aggression or not a cyber aggression? What is necessary to be done? How many attacks must be there? And what must be the intensity of these attacks in order to classify them as cyber aggression and to counteract those appropriately? Well, response is carried out after each and every occurrence, but how to classify? In what way determine or identify actions in the cyberspace as military in nature? Because in my previous slide I showed you that we've got this word military. So how to identify whether military were involved in these attacks, whether the armed forces of another country were involved, or maybe some hackers did it, and whom to protect from cyber attacks. Why have we got this issue? Because the armed forces of Ukraine is responsible for cybersecurity of the state during the war, if the country is in the war. If we are responsible for this, then we've got these questions. Who must be protected and in what way from cyber attacks? And the last one, that's influence of transatlantic international companies, their influence on our events, steps to ensure cyber security. That's the question we're trying to find an answer to. First steps we try to make in this regard, in solving these problems. We try our military server to have an independent status in order to exchange information with NATO teams and other teams. We try to have a close cooperation with task forces of different departments, ministries and other organizations. And in the Security and Defense Council they are discussing this issue, and they try to list the facilities of crucial infrastructure which must be subject to protection. And we have to launch the work in order to respond to hybrid wars. This is like response to the questions which are unanswered. What's military, what's not military, what to classify or not classify a cyber incident. That's the variant of the sequence of actions we currently consider for the MOD, and as you may see, that is cybersecurity. And in our state, we've got three main tasks in the cyberspace. That is to protect ourselves from cyber terrorists, then cyber crimes. Ministry of Interior or Internal Affairs is responsible for that, and cyber defense, that's Armed Forces of Ukraine. And we see people responsible for this, who have to carry out monitoring, identification, proactive defense and participation in other events, including training, personal training stuff, and maybe you can't read it here. They tried to show us that this system must be there during the peaceful and during the time when we have war, because so far we use this just when we are in war. That would be all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sokolov. Please take your seat. And I've got one additional question to what you've mentioned. Well, Ukraine made this breakthrough during the recent years. Speaking of defining the legislative space, we've got this strategy on cyber security and cyber defense. Then we've got this center on cyber security. This year we saw an action plan of the government, which was quite a concrete document. On the other hand, we see what's taking place in the world, and if we have a look at the military component of cyber in general, and we have a look at this, because you've mentioned appropriately that maybe we lack understanding that there is no peace in cyberspace so far, just constant attacks. And there is statistics in 2016, different Ukrainian facilities face like 70,000 cyber attacks a month. So that's statistic, I believe maybe it's even higher. There is statistics of other countries, Ministry of Defense or Department of Defense of US, they've got 600,000, 700,000 attacks. Not all of them are these persistent threats, targeted attacks, but what do you think? Is a strategy sufficient? Is it good? Or shall we introduce some corrections into this strategy? Because we understand that Ukraine must not be just protecting itself, but must be attacking somehow. Because the most recent news we've heard from Germany, that Germany plans to have cyber troops, and 15,000 people will be there. And in China, they've got cyber troops, cyber departments. So what do you think? Do we have to think about the same measures in order to have appropriate offensive capacities, not just defensive? Well, clarification: in Germany, they've got the command of the command on managing the cyberspace. Then, speaking of working on our resources, yesterday I've visited the meeting of the National Security and Defense Council, and there they raised these issues again. They spoke, and you all know that at the end of the previous year there were cyber attacks aimed at our public institutions. And investigations have been finalized so far. I may tell you one thing, that in this case we cannot resort to any proactive actions or just activation actions because of the limitations in our legislation. So far there are no appropriate environment. We don't have precedents in prosecution for such activities. Yeah, that's not possible right now. Though, in principle, we are young and maybe we lack experience, but we are quick learners, and we find ourselves in this beneficial situation when we see how other leading countries of the world are making their steps, and we have a look at their experience. We take the best from their practices, and no doubt we adapt it to our peculiarities and the peculiarities of the national legislation. Well, that is why we would like to have powerful cyber troops, and right now we work on that. The previous Friday there was the meeting headed by the first deputy of Minister of Defense, who asked the leading scientific institutions to work in this regard. Yeah, because during the previous panel we spoke about conventional troops, just regular troops. And maybe we've got problems with the level of financing, right? We may not have these tasks to create new, modern, like offensive techniques. But speaking of cybersecurity, maybe our state is capable of financing at least cyber troops in order to have the control over the situation. And in this regard, let me proceed to our colleagues Mr. Bella Tazzeli.
English now. And my question is, you are representing NATO, and as far as NATO is concerned, and we know that there's a lot of existing cooperation and potential cooperation between Ukraine and NATO, and specifically in cyber area as well. Could you please tell what have been accomplished and what you have in the agenda for the next coming months and years in terms of cooperation, and where's the potential to increase the cooperation between NATO and Ukraine in the cyberspace?
Good afternoon, thank you for the question. Actually, this cooperation started not yesterday, but has a little bit longer history. Sorry. And at the moment, just like in general, NATO expresses and experiences to provide assistance to Ukraine in many ways. Nothing else happens in the cyberspace as well. First of all, it's the advisory support. The advisory support means that at the NATO liaison office, NATO delegates a specialist, an expert in cyber defense, who can actually be involved into the processes, the developments, into solving the problems in Ukraine. The second one, a practical support accomplished via the trust funds. In case of the cyber security, it is called the NATO Ukraine Trust Fund on Cyber Security. Actually, the lead nation is Romania. The executive agent is also a Romanian state agency, and there are 6 or 7 contributing nations who gave together this a little bit more than 1 million euros to support Ukraine. Within this framework, a third-type center will be built at the SBU, some units at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and also not from the NATO itself, but from the United States, who is also a NATO member, on a bilateral base, with the help of the European Command of the American forces in Europe, in Stuttgart. They are also building another center, but this is for the general staff. Okay. So it's like something like a MIRSAT.
And Mr. Tazzeli, what are the main obstacles? Because we know about this trust fund, and especially the trust fund for SBU and for supply of particular systems, what publicly announced, but the system, as far as I know, are still not there in Ukraine. So they're still not delivered, they're still not installed, and of course it's just technology, and there's also a need for educating the operators of the system. What are the main obstacles? Why it takes so long time to actually deliver what's already planned and what's already even approved?
What we achieved already?
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, this project that I have mentioned started in December 2014. And so far we managed to reach the, the threshold of the implementation. Mm-hmm. Now we have some minor legislative problems. Exactly before the lunchtime, I was calling the ministry, the cabinet of ministers, to solve this problem. If everything goes well, probably next week we can start the implementation process. It's not the shipping yet, but the last steps in the administrative process.
Okay, so the legislation was basically the main
yes, the legislation obstacle. And not understanding each other. The Romanian side and the Ukrainian side, I'm sorry to say that, but both countries have quite a complicated administrative system, quite a high bureaucracy. And sometimes they're tending not to understand each other. and some misunderstanding sometimes prolongs the process with half a year or more. It should have been installed already.
I see.
So now I hope to be able to solve this problem.
Yeah.
And also that I haven't mentioned, the aid, the support in the legislation to compose the law, the pieces of law on information protection, cyber security and so on. The NATO liaison office also provided help to these programs.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Hashipashoglu, I just want to, yeah, sorry?
Great, you pronounce great.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you so much, because I was training, you know, the whole morning, you know, how to pronounce your name, and I was thinking if it will, you know, go well. What about Turkey? You know, you're representing the private sector, or the private company, but on the other hand, you're probably aware of how Turkey evolved in terms of developing its cybersecurity capacities. What about Turkey? In terms of cooperation with NATO and in general, what's the experience of Turkey in this, and what we can learn as Ukraine from the Turkish experience? That would be very helpful for us. Thank you.
Okay, gladly. First of all, it's my privilege to address you here. Thank you for inviting us. I'm representing Havelsan, which is a leading IT company, IT and cybersecurity company in Turkey. So first of all, I have had a government background. I have worked for the Turkish government in the military for more than 30 years, spending 3.5 years in NATO physically as a NATO officer and working up those IT issues and also cybersecurity issues. Late 1990s, early 2000, when the first cybersecurity cell was established in NATO, I was there as a member of that community. So, as for Turkey, it took more than 10 years to work on that issue, because it was again early 2000. We started working on those, how to deal with the information security issues and also cyber security issues. Currently, we have a national cyber security strategy and the related action plan to work on those cyber issues. In that plan, you can see all basic issues, policies, which we follow strictly and clearly, and also related works for the government sector, state sector, and the private sector institutions, as well as the companies like my company, which means how to develop the cybersecurity products, or should we develop cybersecurity products in-house in our nation, in our country, or somebody else should produce them, or which institution, government institution or private sector company must do what. A very detailed plan and a very detailed action plan, we have it. So the basic issues explaining the strategy and the related action plan in detail. For the last 3 years, it was updated last year, and we are following all the items in that plan.
So you say basically that you as a private company are very actively and deeply involved in cooperating with the state to enable the cybersecurity of the state. That's basically what we are hoping here in Ukraine. And this is, I hope maybe this conference will help us as well to raise awareness about the necessity of cooperation between the government and the private sector, because even the largest countries in the world, they cannot solve the cybersecurity issues just by governmental authorities.
No, government is not an answer. At least most of the private sector companies should be involved in that issue. For example, currently we are developing a national operating system. Let's say a Turkish version of Linux. Totally nationally developed operating system. And also, as Havelsan, we have decided to produce 9, 10, let's say 10 strategic level cybersecurity products in-house. Of course, not all of them, but at least the strategic ones, which are very important, critical, strategic and which are very expensive, especially which are needed interoperability between them. We have already decided and developed all those products using in Turkey and also selling that software.
Is there any statistic, like public statistic, that you can reveal how many people are involved in this sector in Turkey, in the governmental sector of cybersecurity? So how many specialists you actually have who work on all these products and defense itself? Maybe just the rate.
If I captured the question correctly, when we started that issue dealing with the cybersecurity at Havelsan, we considered it as a national issue.
No, I mean on the national, not just in the company, but on the national level. Yeah.
Since we considered it as a national issue, started developing the software and also being an umbrella company, considering the other companies working on cybersecurity issues, considering the ecosystem. So we decided that only as long as we work on that issue alone, Havelsan is one of the biggest companies in Turkey. In this situation, even in this situation, it is not enough to do everything by ourselves. So we constructed an ecosystem in Turkey with the related cybersecurity companies. I discussed more than 40 companies in Turkey working on cybersecurity with different capabilities on developing products or providing cybersecurity services. And we have a capability matrix for the moment along those companies. So it's an ecosystem in our opinion. So it cannot be done by ourselves.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to switch at this moment to some other panelists, if you don't mind, and maybe we come back later with the audience and the questions from the audience. Я на цьому хотів би перейти фактично до...
So now I'd like to switch to our Ukrainian tactical experience, because we've discussed the strategy. It's all clear with the strategy, and the strategy is also excellent for us. And if you look at the strategy of any state in cyber safety, they're all nice. Every strategy is great, but there's a matter of implementation. So when we talk about the implementation, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Liedman from Cisco. As Cisco, well, on one hand, it's a multinational company. On the other hand, this multinational company has been working in Ukraine for quite some years. They have probably seen everything in Ukrainian infrastructure. So, Vladimir, how many companies in Ukraine, like we've heard that in Turkey there are 40 companies that develop cybersecurity, that cooperate with the state to help developing products, because we understand that in cybersecurity all products are of dual purpose. Well, anything you use for the state, they can be also commercialized and used globally, and the best example I think is Israel and maybe the US. So, how many of these companies are in Ukraine with whom you cooperate, for example? Are there at least 10 or 5? Thanks for the question. If I may, I will answer in Ukrainian. Unfortunately, there's no clearly defined statistics on Ukrainian cyber security companies. But since 2014, the most demanded IT sector is probably IT security. And in terms of specialists, we see a clear lack of specialists on the market. We, as a global company, we see that in Ukraine there are two types of local organizations that work with cybersecurity. Companies oriented at local market and companies oriented at global market. And now there is an overflow of specialists from local companies who work with state bodies. The specialists and resources are now overflown to international projects. They are based in Ukraine, but they are not working to, let's say, defend Ukrainian state agencies. So, basically, the number of companies in Ukraine is measured in dozens. But if we consider that the number of personnel we can say that the number of skilled specialists who can really fight advanced persistent threats, it's less than maybe the number of companies, and this is a problem. Okay, so you've said that there is a problem of lack of specialists and finance. Now we still do not have the law on cybersecurity that would enable to create the foundation, the framework for the cooperation between state agencies and private companies on cybersecurity. So, given current environment and considering that the attacks keep going on, because we don't have enough specialists, so like, what can we do now in order to be more secure? Yeah, it is a practical question. If I could ask my colleagues to open a slide, I thought, what can be an illustration of what is happening in the country in terms of security? Because we have different images in our head. This was the image that was in my head. If we look at the situation in our country in the last 3 or 4 years, the country faced a lot of cyber fires. Here we see it on a virtual map. There are cities, critical infrastructure, citizens, and there's army, and there are a lot of these cyber fires. As of now, these fires, they have positive and negative aspects. The positive side is that attention is called to this. Our conference shows that this attention is there. There are resources and finances. There are many initiatives to create cyber response teams to react to these. If we take the statistics, latest incidents, and we saw about 20 targeted attacks in Ukraine. So there were 20 serious attacks out of a huge number of smaller attacks. But with all those attacks, we basically had to see response to consequences. The security services and so on, they came to see the ruins, the burned down buildings. So most of the works were done post factum, and all these efforts were isolated. Every organization is now trying to build up a security model on their own, regardless of what is done by the neighbors. What can we do with this? We can take the model from the Ministry of the Emergencies and the international practice of firefighting. We know how firefighting happens. There is a center that fights not flames, that doesn't fight flames, but it does prevention. They see if there's a smoke somewhere, and they want to fight the fire before it became dangerous and ignited other houses. So we have to create a cyber response center. Of course, we have to introduce so-called signal elements in all the buildings in Ukraine that are newly developed. There are fire alarms responding to smoke or fire. So in this same way, in Ukraine, we cannot enact critical infrastructure objects if they do not have these alarms for fire attacks, for APTs. Sorry. And the last but not the least is training. In any organization, large or small, there are persons responsible for fire safety of an organization. These people are trained, they instruct their colleagues, they are accountable for training all the personnel. Yeah, without so besides fires, we also have smaller scale incidents, but usually people do not know how to react, how to respond. So another important measure would be to train the IT personnel and regular personnel of the MOD and other ministries how to behave in the environment of cyber threats. When we so I know that when SSP has been approached with the request to help select people for the cyber police, and they had to develop tests for people. There were a lot of candidates because there were good salaries in cyber police, and when these tests were organized, so there was 5% pass rate. So people, only 5% of people could pass those tests. So then they decided to test general skills and ability to learn in general, so that they would learn their job later. Because education system now is not viable to train educated professionals on cybersecurity. And I would like to give the floor to Yegor Aushev. Today we have discussed a lot about Ukroboronprom, and our panel, if we didn't have Ukroboronprom in the panel, it would feel really strange, right? So, what are the plans of the Ukroboronprom? I know that you want to build your own cybersecurity center and you have a certain agenda in this field. So, like, how did you come to it, and what is the task that you set to yourself in this context? Thank you. I would like to ask to switch on my slide and to explain the kind of context. Cybersecurity is on top positions of American reports, so it's considered as dangerous as nuclear threats. We all understand the importance of this. For the best analytics, computer emergency response teams are created, and there is a multimedia map on the website where you can see the activities of these teams in Europe. Now Ukraine has one center, while in Czech Republic, in Germany, there are dozens. I've heard that the Ministry of Defense also is creating such a center. It is a good initiative. These CSRTs should really be developing in Ukraine. They have to be there by different sectors. They have to exchange information to be able to counter threats successfully. We are also creating a similar team in Ukroboronprom. The cyber center will specialize in informational security audits, also specialize in monitoring and response on cyber security and on consulting services. Do I understand correctly that basically Ukroboronprom finances all this on its own, so it's not like state program or budget funding? I understand that Ukroboronprom is a state owned concern, but it's from your budget. Yes. Cyber center is created on the basis of UKRAINIan company. For now it is a startup funded with our own funds. Now we are recruiting the team, and at next stages, when we'll do procurement of equipment and technology, we will need more investment, and then we will come and tell about it and engage all the stakeholders. Thank you. I also think it would be great if in Ukraine there was, well, basically we need a center of response and security operations centers for all the sectors, because the military have their own purpose, the transport and logistics have their own purpose, finance also have their own purpose and specifics. So we need a lot of security centers and response centers. In this context, I would like to ask a question to Mr. Pasishny, who represents the Ukrainian Association of Security and Defense. What is what is your point of view on this? And just, I only want to ask, how much time do you need? Hello, I will try to give an interesting presentation to you. I represent the association called Ukrainian Security and Defense Industry, and I am now replacing a person. Yevhen Korpa is now undergoing rehabilitation. So it is not really my panel, not the one in which I specialize, but I will try to match IT, air, and ground. Then maybe can we conclude now on this? No, it's going to be interesting. How much time do you need? How much time do we have? Like 5 or 10 minutes? Perfect. So it is a pleasure that we are here, this conference, because me and Yehor Malyshev, we were classmates in the university, in the Polytechnic University. So, yeah, life, like all the coincidents are not coincidental. There should be permanent monitoring, threat monitoring and response teams created, as was said. There are a lot of informational materials monitored from social networks, where there's direct analysis, where the materials are posted, what is the evidence. I've been cooperating with Inform Napalm project, and we monitor evidence. They are published in social networks and on certain resources. So that there is the data center. When we talk about informational warfare, it also helps us get data that we use not only for cyber security, but they also can be used by direct response team who will counter these threats. If you could open my presentation with number ones. So the first slide, we can skip it. Here there is a link, and I will try to match two topics. Information obtained by the Bellingcat group was obtained from social networks. There is the direct link. You can find it via these keywords, and it's unique because it provided the direct evidence of artillery bombardment. And it was a really interesting article. This is the number of shellings that happened, and like nobody really believed back then that Russians are gonna shoot from their territory, but yeah, 408 targets hit by artillery were confirmed with this. For me, this is the key piece of evidence. I am a person that likes visual information. So this was the main reason I started dedicating my attention to IT, and this is how I dived into the analysis of this information. And here we have the satellite image about the number of shellings. We can scale it up, calculate. We see how many shots were there. This is evidence. This information has been obtained from social networks, and this is also related to cybersecurity. There should be intelligence base. There should be the dedicated unit that would be in close cooperation with this cybersecurity center, because they will find these photos, identify geotags, and really geotag it and localize it. This picture is made from the satellite. The resolution is not so relevant in this case. Next slide, please. Here, this is an armored vehicle which was produced in 2000s. This is Kamaz Mustang, the armored version. This is a unique situation. When we see this evidence, we saw this, but we were unable to use it. Inform Napalm Group has conducted great work. So Bellingcat and Inform Napalm, they act in somewhat the same manner. So in order to really speed up this initiative, we have to make a joint center of informational security or analytical security. If there is information exchange and training, it will provide more resource for all of the participants. Here, you also see an interesting format. Yeah, maybe the image is blurred, but we see some chimneys in the background. So, gravity systems work in different sectors, but it goes from one point. So we can try to figure out the topography and figure out what was the launching ground. This also was obtained from social networks. So there is now informational warfare going on. They want to use this as a propaganda tool, but we can use the Aikido principle. We can use this to fight them. I don't have comments. At the end of that video was the banking account, phone numbers, last names, all the information that can be tied to a specific person. We can give this information to the informational security group. Can you figure out who posted this image? Yes, you can. Can you find out how we can counter this? Yes, you can. In Rostov, we know there is a great data center, big data center, which is linked to another US data center. So there are a lot of kind of hidden links in between. And as all different organizations usually work on their own, they don't exchange information, sometimes it's difficult to figure out these bits. If you could please now switch the slide with the picture, which is individually in the folder 0218. I have been allowed to show these materials and to voice them by people who were developing the technologies of tactical unmanned aircraft. The picture MG0218, please. Here we see this image was taken in 2014. This image was made from the first tactical drone produced in Ukraine as part of the state procurement. I will explain how it all is linked to the topic of this panel. We all see clear tracks of the vehicles on the ground, we see that something is digged in. We see white spots on roofs of the vehicles. If we increase the resolution, we can really see that. We see equipment that has a base, a long base. So probably this is a rocket artillery system or a gun system, or from napalm, and other people have identified pictures from social networks that show the new vehicles with a long base. So anyway, we see this is military equipment. If you could please open video 0120, maybe open the middle of the clip. For example, unfortunately I got some information that this drone only flew for some time, and the Ministry of Defense said so we would be that the drone was not a priority. If the drone would be a priority, we would be able to identify these threats even earlier. This was the first drone, even though considering the beginning of the war we didn't have it, but it was already there. And this is the drone that did the preliminary image. This was not far from Shastia. This is a place where Ukrainian units had an offensive. If you could please open, Andrei, can you please get to the conclusions, because we have another presenter, and also we could have a bit of time for Q&A. So the conclusions. There is a system of engineering monitoring that works at sub-millimeter precision. So now the equipment is really minuscule, and a small drone, like meter by meter, which is fully radio transparent, so not identifiable by anti-aircraft systems, it can keep permanent monitoring of the ground. If you could please open 2 or 3 video of geo monitoring slide. It will. So what was I saying about the Bellingcat, the shelling, the drone? All these things can be added up to one resource that will analyze them and prevent further shellings. If we have permanent monitoring, we can identify the movement. For example, there is a column that had of vehicles that had heavy shells. There is a certain pressure of these vehicles on the ground. We can match images, and we see that, for example, heavy machinery went from this place to that place, and know the location, let's say, of the motor unit. This information has to be done permanently, has to be done constantly, and it can be an international project which would enable international technologies from other countries that have been already tested. They can test the systems in actual combat, which would help identify flaws and improve the systems. Ukraine has a great chance. I think many countries would love to do this, to show the developments and to really use this to help defend our soldiers. So private companies with the state can create a unique monitoring system, which later can be scaled up. Mr. Marchuk in the beginning said, what is the strategy? This is the strategy which we offer. We have drones, we have people, we have cooperation with international companies. So I invite you all to this cooperation. Thank you, Andrei. Interesting facts. I have an ambivalent feeling. On one hand, it was really interesting, but also understand that we have a lot of things to discuss and a lot of things to be developed in the state to improve and to sometimes to give the understanding of cybersecurity and also define the border between hacking and real cybersecurity. Also, next we'll hear Ms. Tatiana Popova, who has been the advisor to the Minister, Deputy Minister of Informational Policies. We thought it would be useful to have a wider context here, a bit wider than informational security. We understand that when we talk about info security, we are speaking about cyber attacks and not informational attacks. When using cybernetic tools, we can do intelligence or recon, get evidence, make research and so on. So why are we speaking about cyber attacks? We are speaking about attacks on computer networks in order to bring them down or to capture them and to obtain information and data from them.
So, to speak in a broader context, please, Ms. Tatiana, because you were involved in the information security in general. So, what do you think? What kind of situation we've got right now, and what are the greatest challenges in this context? Thank you for your kind presentation, and thank you, the previous speaker, because yes, he spoke about informational space, informational security, and right you are. Before working as advisor to Minister of Defense, I worked in an informational center of the National Defense and Security Council, and there is this term like command of informational or on the issues of informational and cyberspace. So informational is placed before cyber, and let me highlight this thing, that the first thing which was attacked by the Russian Federation, so first of all there were weapons stores, and then informational infrastructure like TV networks, cable networks, and in the Crimea, I believe more than 200 websites were blocked. So informational space is a space where we've got real battles, and they take place not just in Ukraine but all over the world. And in principle, this is not limited to just countries, because Russian-speaking informational space covers Ukraine, Baltic countries, and Middle Asia, and even in every country of Europe. In Germany, for example, there are 5 million Russian-speaking people. In United States, the same. So this war is taking place in the informational space on a constant basis, and they use other languages. We know that Russia today has got more than 20 different languages, and they are broadcasted in almost every country of Europe, and they've got their printed media. I saw a German newspaper wrote in German in Germany, and also in the one using English language. So in Ukraine right now, finally, we've approved a doctrine of informational security, and there is the split of authorities between SBU, MOD, etc. And today there was this statement that our site will be blocking, or this very association will be blocking broadcasting of some Russian-speaking channels. And if we speak about informational space of Ukraine, you know, we understand that technologies will be changing and everything will be shifting to the internet. Nevertheless, video content is the most powerful tool which was developed by the world, by the humanity, right? And it doesn't matter in what way you watch these channels, like in this digital format via TV, other formats, or in the internet. For example, channel 12, that's a very popular channel in the Russian Federation, and they are producing just fakes. So to say, speaking on counteracting Ukraine, fighting with Ukraine, counteracting these NATO states, and Russia 24 news. Also, there is this black newsroom where almost 100 people work, and they produced this news about raped girls and tortured boys, and when they take the picture somewhere from Africa and show and pretend that was Donbass. So if in 2014 we were allowed to let NATO journalists come to the border, now we would not be proving that those were shellings from the territory of the Russian Federation, because BBC would broadcast that. I participate in different meetings. Unfortunately, we've got embedment program right now in Ukraine, and any journalist, any foreign journalist may leave with our servicemen at the front line, near the front line, and this allows the truth to be known. There are some representatives of the media who believe that those journalists who work in the occupied territories must be perceived as the ones supporting separatists. That's wrong. So that's great, these people try to work there, and if we were more people there, we would have more evidence about the blown OSCE car and other crimes. So if we come back to informational space, what could we do to counteract this propaganda as Ukraine, as Europe? I know of 3 Russian-speaking TV channels which are there 24/7. That is Current Time from US, which was launched recently, several months ago. That's Dozhd channel, or Rain channel, which is from the Russian Federation, so we may not rely on it. And there is small Russian-speaking channel in Estonia. Ukraine created just one channel, which is 50% Ukrainian-speaking, 50% Russian-speaking, but it's all concentrated in Ukrainian internal situations, and I believe this channel is for diaspora, and the rating is really low. Ministry of Information Policy was responsible for this. Then there are some Stop Fake project, which try to counteract this fake news, or they are granting information about what is taking place in reality. European Union has got Euro Disinformation Review. That's like an analog of Stop Fake, or something in the middle of Stop Fake and the informational troops of the MOD. And there are several Russian-speaking programs at Deutsche Welle, BBC, Azerbaijan Maidan TV, then Hrometsky TV in Ukraine. That's all. So they've got 12 channels, and we've got just some isolated things, and it's difficult to counter the situation with them. Then the issue of social media. We see that the Western world is winning because 100,000 adolescents were brought to these meetings via messengers and via social networks. Well, unfortunately, in Ukraine, VKontakte is social network #1, and that's Russian one. So I believe a lot must be done in this regard. We have to fight and we have to get ready. This war was produced by the TV set. And namely, informational space is vital to put an end to this war. Thank you, Ms. Tatiana. I may just add that in the world there are technologies which are positioned as military, are perceived as military technologies, but which allow to carry out this profound reconnaissance in social networks and they join different groups, they analyze data, and we strongly hope that State Security Service of Ukraine, our reconnaissance service, will get financing in order to procure these technologies, to have operators trained, because these technologies are there. Well, there are not a lot of producers of such technologies, but several companies are quite powerful in this regard. They've got these technologies which allow doing this in a very efficient format when one person may be working with a lot of avatars and analyze the arrays of data. Well, let me add one thing. Yeah, there were a lot of cyber attacks aimed at our informational resources, and there were these events when it's Friday, 6 p.m. and websites of private channels are cracked and their video is destroyed, and some videos are uploaded with dead bodies of servicemen, you know. So we try to respond as soon as possible and to restore control over these TV channels and don't let that into the informational space. But yeah, that was taking place, unfortunately. Yeah, and if we come back and think about 2015, all the media groups were subjected to cyber attacks, more or less, like 1+1 TV channel, well, other channels as well. And what's interesting, the main tool which was used for cyber attacks was black energy, which was used to hack and attack energy companies. And there are a lot of forums and cyber attacks where they speak about these attacks. Colleagues, so we are like second to second, 3:30, we may go and drink some coffee, we are on time. Nevertheless, maybe if we've got questions, one or two, you're welcome. Maybe you've got some questions which are quite urgent. If yes, I may give you the microphone. Just a remark. May anyone help me from the organizers? Well, if we delay the coffee break, I don't know, but 5 minutes, that will not be a problem. What's your remark? What's your comment?
I'm Dan McLaughlin from the Irish Times newspaper. It's a question for Tatiana Popova, if possible. It's not about cyber, but it's about more, well, an older style of media, but very important still, television. And you mentioned yourself that the space is vital for Ukraine to control in the current situation, especially in the east. But why did it take so long, and maybe Ukraine hasn't even done it yet, managed to ensure that everywhere along the front line is getting Ukrainian television signals more strongly than Russian or DNR or LNR signals? I was out there not so long ago. People in Avdiivka were turning on the TV and they were seeing Novorossiya TV and DNR TV and Russian channels, but the volunteers and the troops there were doing their best, but when they turned on the TV, they knew that everyone who they dealt with that day was seeing propaganda beamed from the east. So why has that been such a problem, and has it been fixed, or is it being fixed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Unfortunately, it is not fixed, and it will, in Avdiivka concretely, it will not be fixed until Ukrainian government finally found building a TV tower tall enough to beat Donetsk TV tower. When I was still deputy minister, I asked three times Ministry of Finance for financing that. We received 3 different refusals, and then it was idea that it will be financed from local budget, and unfortunately it's not yet financed. So they, as I told you, they seized infrastructure, and they seized most taller tower in east of Ukraine, 360 meter in Donetsk and 180 meter in Lugansk. And unfortunately, our nearest TV tower is only 80 meters in Volnovakha, from which we launched around 12 channels to Donetsk also, and it's covered some part of Donetsk, but it's only 12. So till Donetsk, they receive only 3. The Volnovakha region is covered, but if you will see on a map, I had on my wall when I was working in ministry, you will hear like white hole, white thing, just west part of Donetsk for 100 kilometers, because before it was covered from 360 meter TV tower from Donetsk. So the idea was, the first idea was to destroy the tower. I bring drawings of this tower to General Staff, Chief of General Staff. Unfortunately, it was decided that we will not destroy it. Then the idea was to build a new and to block the signal. But Ministry of Information doesn't have a right to block the signal. So test variant of blocking was moved around during 1 year between different organizations who has right to do that. So finally today Turchinov announced that it will be done from DSZ side. And we need to build a tower. In Lugansk, they will develop a tower which will bring to us by American government 135 meters, which should cover Lugansk. But again, they will try to jam our signal, I'm absolutely sure. But at least we will cover our territory.
Дякую, Тетяна. Є ще запитання?
Thank you, Tatiana. We've got one more question here. Ukrainian cyber troops, Andriy Pertsev. I've got a question, well, maybe to the technical part, to the technical specialists. So state authorities, including Ministry of Information Policy and other authorities responsible for this issue, including State Security Service. So during 3 years, they were inefficient in fighting in the cyberspace, and the association like Inform Napalm, Cyber Troops, Cyber Alliance, well, these very associations show better models of fighting against cyber attacks. So this technical question, do you see any opportunities to support these movements, associations, and provide them with your informational and technical support to these white hackers, right? Let me interfere as a moderator here, because that's not a technical issue. I've got this idea and I'm resorting to the organizer. It's obvious that at the next forum we need a separate panel on informational warfare. Yeah, informational war, not just cyber security we are speaking here, because all the panelists who are here, apart from Tatiana and Andriy, they deal just with cyber security, you know, and this question you just asked may not be answered by our honored, esteemed participants of this very panel discussion. Yeah, that's not the issue which is dealt with by cyber security, cyber attacks experts and white hackers. You know, they try. Well, briefly from Tatiana, right? Okay, that's the question, not technical specialist, but to Tatiana. Okay, laconically, swiftly. So yeah, we printed some materials for Inform Napalm, Stop Terror, and we actively cooperated with Inform Resistance of Mr. Timchuk. Speaking of hackers, Konstantin answered to your question. He mentioned that what was illegal could not be counteracted by the state. Then there were these lists of foreign journalists, and they called them like allies of terrorists. They really damaged the image of Ukraine. And this idea was shared by the president of Ukraine, the head of State Security Service. Well, other actions of these white hackers may be right, but with this list it was the bad thing. Okay, Tatiana, let me sum up this panel, and I believe that we've reached these important conclusions. Personally, I got understanding that today a lot more attention is paid to the issues of cyber attacks at the level of Defense and Security Council, and this panel also shows us that more and more attention is paid to these issues. One more conclusion: we really have got to join our efforts in order to create the legislative framework as soon as possible in order to make possible the cooperation thanks to which other countries are achieving their successes and have their success stories. That is PPP, which is not possible without this legislative framework. And the third thing we really need, that's a separate dialogue on the issues of informational war. Thank you so much, all the panelists. And now we've got coffee. The next panel will be according to agenda. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Дерев'янко. Дякуємо, шановні доповідачі. Зараз у нас 15 хвилин.
Gentlemen, we will start our fourth discussion of our Ukrainian Defense and Security Forum. Please, everybody, welcome to the hall. Thank you.
Шановні учасники, будь ласка, займайте свої місця. Ми пропонуємо починати.
So let's start. And And we deal with panel discussion number 4, dedicated to air forces of Ukraine, and Mr. Serhiy Zhurets is the moderator of this discussion, director of information consulting company Defense Express. Hello everyone at this event. I believe that's the most interesting event, and people who are still here are the most enthusiastic people. So the panel is really called Air, and we believe that from the viewpoint of combat actions, those who are dominating in the air may be the winners. And I believe people who are here at this panel as panelists may guarantee industrial, military and scientific benefits from the viewpoint of developing different sectors. We've got 7 presenters and we've got hour and a half. That is why we plan to have 8 up to 10 minutes for every presentation. And if we are quick, we'll have more time for Q&A session, because from the viewpoint of the interest and with your account of the interest to this topic, there will be a lot of questions. First of all, let me give the floor to Mr. General Viktor Karachenko, who is Deputy Commander for Logistics, Chief of Logistics of Air Forces of Ukraine. And the topic of his report pertains to the perspective of development of air forces with due account of the opportunities of the state and cooperation with enterprises, maybe in unmanned aircraft segment. So please. Go up to the microphone or sit where you are. Thank you for this opportunity to take the floor. As it was already mentioned, let me name the main priorities of development which are provided for in the program for development after 2020. Let's have slide number 5. So the priorities of development of air forces, which are determined by appropriate program, are listed here. I'm not going to read those. I would like just to mention that the war in the southern east of our country influenced and changed our plans and created new tasks regarding ensuring the defense and security of the country, and we see that separatist movements are quite active in our country. That is why we have to enhance the capacities of the air forces, and we are going to use different measures which are mentioned here at slide 6. But forming the rational pathway of development, we need taking into account the military, economic, scientific and industrial potential of our country. And in this hall we've got representatives of all these areas and sectors, people who provide assistance to the armed forces of Ukraine in the development of the armed forces. Ukraine has got powerful capacities, well-developed infrastructure with good cycles of production, of repair, of aircraft engines, as well as offensive technologies and the controlling equipment. That is why supporting this level of the combat readiness, combat capacities is vital, and it must be carried out by using every aircraft according to its technical state or status, as it mentioned on slide 7. So first of all, we speak about improvement of the protection systems, expanding the nomenclature of high precision offensive means and reconnaissance means, and in order to boost the potential and the capacity of the aircraft, we plan modernizing and re-equipping aircrafts with newest technologies. That is why we need expanding the combat capacities we currently have, and no doubt this will be possible if we will be coming to this issue according to the types of the aircraft we have, and if we carry out appropriate researches whether it's possible to use these aircraft during the defined period. Modernization of offensive aircraft predetermines installing of appropriate radio location stations and other means, as well as introduction of digital means of communication, data transmission and interaction, as well as this automatic system. Modernization of Mi-29 aircraft provides for a range of works and activities aimed at improving the location station, as well as the board controlling and registration means. Also, we plan expanding the nomenclature of offensive aircrafts, and we plan to extend the distance within which we operate. Then, speaking of modernizing 127 aircraft, we plan to improve the characteristics, expand the nomenclature of the offensive means, as well as unmanned aircraft use. We plan improving the aiming and indication systems. Then slide number 9, we shall increase up to 30% the length of the range of hitting, and we've implemented an opportunity to launch appropriate bombs vertically. We are modernizing engines, and we are improving the controlling equipment. We've installed audio and video registration systems and radio location systems.
The provision of the training set for this fighter enables fast training of pilots through making a similar copy of the cockpit to the actual cockpit of combat aircraft. Also, modern radio electronic warfare systems and guidance systems are installed with the principle of launch and forget. For the reconnaissance aircraft, we will organize the development of radio electronic warfare systems and modern recon equipment. The implementation of modernization means will extend the life cycle and the combat potential of the aircraft by 20% and create the conditions for their further exploitation in the air fleet. This slide shows the increase of combat potential of aircraft. The modernization of aircraft and equipment cannot be the only way to ensure combat readiness of the Ukrainian future. We should have a new generation prospective fighter that will be that it will have high maneuverability, good characteristics for takeoff and landing, small visibility and infrared, optical and radio electronic, modern information systems, effective armament for air-to-air and air-to-ground targets. These are the main requirements for prospective airplanes. The means to keep Ukrainian army with new planes are the following: the development of new combat aircraft in cooperation with other countries, licensing manufacturing of combat aircraft, or leasing, or another way is international assistance in getting this aircraft. The provision of the army with this aircraft should be followed by the corresponding training sets for pilots. These training sets should be able to imitate different situations in combat and should have artificial intelligence capabilities. In Ukraine, also, we have been modernizing radio location posts. This modernization will replace the obsolete element base into the modern one to improve the precision of location of objects, decrease of costs of maintenance, and improvement quality indicators, and the increase of distance for the radio location. Also, anti-aircraft missiles to be modernized. They need to be repaired to extend their life cycle in anti-aircraft systems and missiles. In order to do that, in Ukrainian military-industrial complex, there should be R&D for modern guidance systems, the improvement of current anti-aircraft systems S-200, PT and Buk M1, the development of current multi-channel medium-range missiles systems on the basis of F-27 rocket and new anti-aircraft produced nationally, and the procurement certain new manpads abroad and equipping the army with them. So the management system of the Air Force should be based on the NATO principle of the delineation of training and preparation from the application of the army. In order to improve safety of flights, we need to develop the means of radio electronic support, and all this means will enable digital information processing and having the integrated information exchange system, automatize the air traffic, and enable high precision location of coordinates of the aircraft, compliance with ICAO and NATO standards, and it will enable to cut the maintenance personnel as well. As for the possibilities for intelligence and radio electronic warfare, the implementation of the measures mentioned on the slide will enable our Air Force to be more effective in performing the objectives on ensuring the integrity of the air borders of Ukraine and achieving Euro-Atlantic standards by Ukrainian Air Force and compliance with the criteria to enter NATO. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for this presentation, Mr. Vladimir. As we a little bit overstep our time, I will not ask anything, but just at the end, I would like to ask the following. As Ukraine has been developing its Air Force, based on the legacy aircraft it got from Soviet Union, we can compare with Estonia. Estonia developed its Air Force from scratch. So the experience of Estonia in developing Air Force and interaction with NATO is really important, especially in the conditions of the current aggression. where Russian Federation uses all means of influence. So I would like to give the floor to Major General, retired Major Tsar, who is the advisor to the commander of Estonian Defense Forces in Ukraine.
Presentation in English language because my Ukrainian language in the last 30 years I almost lost. But I am really grateful to be back in Ukraine. I got my military education in Zhytomyr in 1976, and my basic education, what I got in Ukraine, gave for me opportunity to grow up to 2-star general, to be a commander of Estonian Air Forces, and last 4 years I was Estonian military representative to NATO and European Union. And why now I am here, probably we have totally different size of countries and totally different problems, but it's a lot of things what we anyway have to solve. I'm coming back to the history, 1991, when we started development of our air forces. 12,000 Russian troops were inside of Estonia. It was a lot of provocation, it was a lot of uncertainty, and we started to wear our Estonian uniform in parallel. 3 years we were in one territory, Russian troops and Estonia. And it was pretty difficult to start to think in global way, what to do, how to do, because every morning could bring enormous problems. But we got pretty small team, up to 15 people, 2-3 in rank of colonel. I was a young major in this time, and our first question was, what we have to do? What kind of air forces or air defense forces we have to build? In Estonia we had a great example. One of the biggest air defense division, 14th Air Defense Division of Soviet Union was there. 7 airfields, strategic bomber airfields, 3 air defense, naval aviation air base. And when you come in from big Soviet system and starting to assess, but reality is sometimes much more easier, and this is parallel. The money deciding everything. How much you're getting money, you have to plan according what you have. You have a salary for your soldiers, you have money for procurement, and this was the basic. Not to lose money and resources, the first what we made, we started modeling. By using Estonian small companies, by using digital maps, we made a model how to defend our country, what kind of radar coverage, what are reaction times, what we need. And we really find interesting way what Soviet army did with 3 radiotechnical brigades. We covered with 3 modern radar. Yes, it cost enormous amount of money, $15 million, TPC 117 what we procured. But with 1 radar and with team of only 5 officers, we could fulfill our first requirement. And after that, step by step. When we got opportunity as a partnership nation, ask NATO to make extra modeling, we got full spectrum of radar coverage, air policing, it's mean Air Force reaction time with different type of airfields, and air defense coverage for the short range air defense, medium range air defense, and long. We took all kind of modern equipment up to Patriot systems. We used the highest level of possible advice. United States Air Force and United States government was one of them who provided to Estonia so-called Regional Airspace Initiative, where we get our Air Sovereignty Operations Center, or equal to Air Operations Center. Ukraine was the first non-NATO countries who got a permission to visit Estonia and to see our Air Operations Center. because we are the first nation who installed, and Deputy Commander of Ukrainian Air Defense Forces in this time visited Estonia with a group of experts and saw how it's possible in pretty short time in one entity to create top quality of air operations center. Huge and enormous problem to change language. All our air operation and air traffic controllers could be air traffic controllers for civil aviation during the crisis and wartime. It means they took a big Boeing airplane and they have specific certificates for that. What is important in frame of this conference is procurement. Procurement for Estonia was in early stage pretty interesting thing. Commander of Air Forces was responsible for procurement. I decided what to buy, how to buy, but it gave enormous responsibility and money. Even in this case, we found that the common procurement, especially for 3 Baltic countries, were very important. We established a lot of common projects between Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania. In Air Force we have a Baltic network, in Army we have a Baltic battalion, in Navy Baltic squadron, and we had a Baltic Defense College, where today 3 Ukrainian majors and lieutenant colonels studying. It's mean effective use of resources is one of the most important things. Common procurement. When we started to procure the second wave of radars, we found that Finland doing almost the same. Finland procured 12 radars, we procured 2 radars, and commonly, theoretically, we procured 2 radars on the price of 1. Again, a lot of theoretical development help us to find again the way to procure not active system but passive radar system from the Czech, from United States, because by seeing the territory of Estonia and all kind of reaction time and how anti-radiation missile operating, we establish in parallel the passive system. And all such kind of things were made by small group of people. Today, Estonian Air Force a little bit more than 450 people. We're covering Air Force, air base development, air surveillance. Our officers serving in almost all NATO HQs as operator, as leader, team leaders. And this was one of very important thing. And one time more, effective use of resources, personal resources, money. This is the basement where with less money you can do much more. One thing what we learned is what we discussed with General, the best management is a crisis management. Today we have in Ukraine opportunity to solve all organizational problem because Ukraine have a crisis. A lot of nations, including Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, are ready to help. And we are here to find common solution. The worst case scenario is when you have a lot of advisors who are trying to enforce something. Be very careful. We used only 2/3 of advisors because 1/3 of advisors was totally against our will. We were enforced to use only 1 center for 3 Baltic countries. Our answer was no, we are a sovereign country. We have to have our own sovereignty. You don't need a conscription. All nations not using conscription more, but our response was when you have 1.3 million population, you're getting 3,000 conscripts a year. You have to keep to have some reserve forces. Now we discovered that all kind of these cooperations, not only Air Force, but our National Guard experience are very useful to Ukraine. It was a lot of messages to today I listen NATO standards, NATO standards, NATO standards. Be very, very careful. The first 3 years we tried to translate standards. We use an annual budget of 1 battalion to translate STANACs. And after that discovered that by translating in translation authorities, you don't have a lexicon. And this wrong translation giving the problem to security, flight security, refueling security, and creating more problem. Our decision was to stop translating and to teach our officers and non-commissional officers in English language. I hope that in nearest year, in cooperation with the Air Forces, and my defense minister decided to send me to Ukraine to have a cooperation in MOD level and to give our experiences if needed. But as a result, what we did and how we did was fixed just last year or this year. Despite of size of Estonian Air Forces, last year F-22 Raptors landed in Estonia. We don't have any combat airplanes in our inventory because it's too expensive for the small nation. But our airfield can operate with F-22 Raptor. Yesterday, F-35's group of airplanes landed to the first non-American base in Estonia at Tamari. And I really hope this such kind of our experience will find very specific way how to learn how to build up air forces could be helpful for Estonia. Thank you very much.
Я думаю, що ми з захопленням прослухали цей виступ, який був надзвичайно цікавий.
Thank you. We've enjoyed listening. It was very interesting approach to the development of defense system, considering the financial means in the country and choosing the most optimal path to improve security. So priorities, situation modeling, risk assessment, and using the experience of NATO, because the matter of finance is critical. When we've heard the first presentation that Ukrainian army plans to procure fighters with great capabilities, it's interesting, but we have to consider the budget. If now the volume of the procurement is like $200 million, so we can buy 4 modern fighters according to the current price. So then we have to decrease our ambitions or choose a more rational approach, considering the experience mentioned by our Estonian colleagues. Now I would like to get to another kind of intermediary presentation. We've seen the concept of development of Ukrainian Air Force from the point of view of Ukrainian command, comparable international experience, and now I give the floor directly to the companies that do the development of equipment, which could be interesting for the Air Force. And I would like to give the floor to representatives of companies that develop military simulators and training sets that are extremely important now for the training of the personnel, so that the pilots of planes and helicopters would get proper experience. Now I give the floor to Mr. Alexander Kozenko, who is the director of Heli Trading Ukraine. He will tell on the perspective of developing simulators, considering financial opportunities and perspectives that are there in Ukraine.
I beg your pardon. It will be easier to speak Russian language rather than Ukrainian. I represent Heli Training company based in Ukraine, which, as honored moderator mentioned, is a developer and producer of modern aviation simulators, trainer simulators, as well as other means to train personnel of civilian and military aviation. We started with civilian aviation activities. I graduated from Kremenchuk vocational training school and higher educational institution, and I understand that namely training of pilots is a vital component, is an important component under the conditions of fulfilling different flights, different tasks, especially right now when we use aviation in Ukraine and the conditions of flights are really complicated and sometimes extreme. We speak about helicopter aviation, which are flying on great elevations, and they have to pass different wires, cables, etc., different meteorological conditions, flights at night, etc. So missions where we use aviation today are quite difficult to fulfill, and they require appropriate training. And today, very often we've got trainings in this simulation cockpit, but in the building. We have to use an up-to-date simulators which allow the pilot to improve their response to some accidents, some different events during flight. They have to work with this night vision goggles to work at night, and then they have to know what to do during different meteorological conditions, some tactical skills, how to avoid an enemy in air, etc., then evacuation, then search and rescue operations, etc., etc. That is why I would like to briefly tell you about the state of this very area, and namely trainer simulator production. In our country there are several companies, developers and producers of simulator complexes for civilian and for military aviation, and nearly 3-4 countries which are dealing with development in their own segment. There is not a great overlap. For example, my company is more responsible for helicopter direction, and the complexes we developed and we use in Kremenchuk training center. These are Mi-17 helicopter systems. Also, we've created the one for K-32 helicopter, and we developed, produced simulator for Mi-24PU helicopter, which was supplied to Motor Sich company training center. Then Mi-8 MSB, MSBV, that's deep modernization of Mi-8T helicopter, which was carried out and continues to be carried out by Motor Sich joint stock company. So in this regard, we've got tangible experience based on which we may say and we may highlight the problems, the challenges which are there, and the perspectives which are there in this important issue in Ukraine. Then let me touch upon very briefly the world experience which characterizes the state and the quality of the training of pilots and engineering staff. If we have a look at our eastern neighbor, they've got very good centers, training center, where they've got modern digital simulator complexes for all the types of aircrafts which are used in the military aviation of the Russian Federation, and they are there in Krasnodar, in Sызrань, in the centers of combat training, and Lipetsk, Torzhok, they've got the simulators, and let me reiterate, for all the types of aircraft which are being used in the Russian Federation. In military educational institutions where they grant education to pilots, the graduates know how to use this modern, up-to-date, and yeah, they are trained on the up-to-date simulators, because in Kharkiv, for example, the helicopter pilots don't have access to this modern simulator of helicopter Mi-24. We've got this helicopter in the armed forces of Ukraine, but unfortunately we cannot train helicopter pilots. That is why this up-to-date complex in Zaporizhia helped solving this problem, at least a little bit. If we speak about training systems in developed countries like NATO countries, then yes, armies of these countries have gone a great way, and they've created the really up-to-date simulator complex of with different grades of complexity, well, according to requirements. This satisfy the requirements to the civilian aircraft simulators. They're a flight training device, flight navigation, procedure training, etc. So the approach is really differentiated there, and every stage of training is aimed at developing appropriate skills of working with cockpit equipment, and they are of different type of complexity again. And the main thing which must be highlighted would be that simulators in the Western countries, they're included to local and global networks. So what do I mean? There is this, virtual combat field within which different participants via simulation centers carry out joint warfare actions. They've got appropriate plans, and within the level of brigade and higher, with the use of Navy, aviation forces, they work on different scenarios and deal with different operations. That's important because it saves a lot of money, and the main thing would be that they can shoot a lot and no one will die as a result, because large-scale real simulations, that's something really obsolete in our digital era, and we see that network technologies is the future, and these virtual simulation systems are the future. And well, these modern trainer simulators are the future again. That is why this topic is interesting and vital, because in Ukraine we have got Antonov and Motor Sich companies which are producing helicopters, and Antonov has got training center, Motor Sich has got one. So this sector is being developed and this area is being developed, but we need to have a look at the global experience and try implementing it in our environment. Unfortunately, armed forces are not paying due attention to this issue. As far as I know, during the recent several years, the armed forces of Ukraine did not procure any aviation trainer simulator. Though, if we have a look at army aviation, there is no brigade which has its own trainer simulators. And provided the complicated conditions of using helicopters, I should tell you that helicopter pilots are not sufficiently trained, as we as developers, we offer appropriate solutions, but so far we are initiating it, and we are providing services to commercial clients. For example, we supplied 6 simulators to Motor Sich company. That's a pity, but we have what we have. It would be right, it would be good for training of the pilots. And by the way, let's not forget about Me Too catastrophe when pilots died and other servicemen died because they hit wires. This tells us that professional training of pilots was not on a due level, and aviators of Ukraine unfortunately are not really ready to face the challenges and to face those environment, and they are not ready to face the hybrid forms of counteraction. And one more thing, in the world there is categorization of rules, requirements to simulators. That's European Agency of Aviation Safety. Then at the same institution in United States, there are tests which must be done with the simulator. And well, these practices must be implementing starting from the very beginning, when we are still at the start of new trend. We need introducing this here in Ukraine, and unfortunately we've got definite problems, and the basic requirements for high quality assessment of simulator would be the availability of initial data or engineering data which were granted by the tests. That's important because simulator must not provide the pilot with some false skills, because pilot must be ready to operate appropriate model of helicopter. So it's vital to modernize all the approaches, and we've got these Western cliches. It's important to use them. So in summary, let me mention that we've got good intellectual potential of Ukraine. We may move forward, we may be leaders of international trends and some innovative criteria, and believe me, we will be the best with time. Thank you for your presentation. As far as I understand, we don't have a lot of companies which produce, design simulators, just 3-4 in the country, in the market, and the problems you highlighted really need to be addressed, and this information must be brought to the ears of the Ministry of Defense for them to pay attention to this segment which is underdeveloped in Ukraine. And one of the sub-clauses of our agenda would be PPP. That is why let me proceed to our blog related to manned and unmanned aircraft development, and I would like to give floor to Mr. Mykola Vorobyov, who is the director of defense programs in Antonov. He used to be a constructor general of the project on creating pilotless aircraft, but as of today he is responsible for implementation of other programs related but not related to military topics. So the floor is yours. Hello, esteemed colleagues. Thank you, the organizers, for this opportunity. Thank you for inviting State Enterprise Antonov. And I would like to start my presentation with a short presentation. Here I'm going to show you our achievements, what we support today, what is used by the armed forces of Ukraine today. And let me show you the new developments which we offer for the procurement by the MOD, and let me tell you a few words what we are going to do in perspective. So we work for the sake, for satisfying the interests of Ministry of Defense, State Security Service, and Emergency Situation Service on 36, on 30, on 74. That's what we produced, and that's what being used for a long time already. So during this period, with the account of the complicated situation in our country, Antonov is paying attention to support of exploitation, modernization, and maintaining appropriate status of those airplanes which are participating in this conflict or are used to fight to overcome this conflict. That is 26, 30, 72, and 74. And there were 30 different tasks ordered from us by the Ministry of Defense, and 5 more works must still be delivered during 2017. What was done at AN 26 and AN 30? We installed appropriate systems which would counteract the heat missiles with appropriate heads, launch system, and then filming equipment was placed to a more modern one. Then we modernized the equipment, the cockpit equipment, and we also installed the system of neutral gas and inerting gas, and the use of it in the eastern Ukraine showed that it was really relevant and a good step. Then, speaking of AN 72 and 74, we also modernized it, and we installed some satellite equipment. This is one of the newest developments, and based on AN 148, which is used by the civilian aviations. We introduced several modifications, and now they may be used by MOD. And we have offered the staff aircraft for the top brass of the Ministry of Defense. Here you may see how it looks from the inside, then the space for the top brass, then communication officers and those accompanying these people. We've got all the documents for this plane, and with the account of import phase out, we are ready to provide this to the Ministry of Defense. And unfortunately, MOD cancelled its plans to order this very aircraft from us, but I think that in the next years we will still come back to this issue. Then we offer this medical needs aircraft up to 2013. The Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation ordered this aircraft from us, and we supplied several to the Ministry of Emergency Situations. This aircraft may be used with medical blocks, like 8 blocks. You may see those here, and this reanimation chambers, they are produced abroad. The Italian ones are installed here. Then we may locate wounded people, like 20 wounded people, and we've got appropriate equipment, and we may transport wounded people who may still sit. So this plane has got appropriate documentation, then airframe is ready, but we're still waiting for the public contract from the Ministry of Defense, because we need support in this form. Then this is maritime patrol aircraft, and now it may fly 7,000 kilometers, and time of flight amounts to maximum 10 hours. So we located in this aircraft, and we used again 148. We have got additional fuel container. It's visible, it's on the top. That is why it may spend up to 10 hours in air. What can it do? It's again a sea patrolling. It may monitor different violations of the sea border, then reconnaissance, radio technical counteraction, and other operations. So this is quite a serious and quite an expensive aircraft, and today we are just designing it, yes, on the very same base. We have refurbished this plane, and now we've got on 178. Right now we are testing this aircraft, and we've got a sample of this aircraft, and it's meant to replace AN-12 with the European prototype C-160, which is being produced starting from 1956. This aircraft has got its own benefits. So first of all, the speed is higher 1.38 times. Then efficiency is 35% higher if to compare to AN-12, and these are the characteristics. You may have a look, like 90 soldiers, injured people, 48 plus 12, and you may see other figures. This is the new generation of the aircraft, and it has got the up-to-date airborne hardware, and there are a lot of colored displays, and it has got automatized management system in the cockpit. And here we've got 2 turbo engines, and engines are produced in Zaporizhia, so they are domestically produced. And this plane, well, it's being tested, you know, and we are ready to show it to the MOD and provide it to MOD. So you may see the cargo hold figures. Well, it's like at AN-12. It's shown here what it may carry. It may transport personnel, automobiles on rail and on wheels. So that's the new development 132. That's a profound modernization of AN-32, and it will replace AN-32 and AN-36. So it has got new Canadian engines. And there was a wish of our client to have this very plane, and now we are testing it. We may offer this plane to MOD and all the other countries who are interested. On 132, on the 32 is a well-known plane, and this plane will have even better characteristics because we use new airborne hardware equipment. So aerodynamics is different a bit, and you know, it looks differently a bit. And again, we've got pictures what it can transport, and we have improved it because we may provide airlift delivery of different cargoes. And this is something new developed by us according to the terms of reference of the MOD, and there was this decision of the Minister of Defense and the head of Ukroboronprom to start developing this tactical unmanned aircraft 1 year ago. So we have created a design, and we have produced this one plane so far in order to test it, but that's not a complex. The complex includes 5 crafts, and 2 of which would be on land stations, which can manage simultaneously 4 unmanned aircrafts, then a launching base, a launching unit, then automobile for carrying personnel, then a repair shop or bay, then energy block, etc. So this is a very serious complex, and it's therefore reconnaissance. What it may do, it may correct the direction of fire, it may identify the target, and then it may carry different ammunition and target some ammunition at the target, and it works under the condition of neutralizing the aircraft of the enemy. Right now this project is not supported with financing appropriately. Then next.
This is our development An-70 aircraft, with quite a long and sad history. You know, this aircraft still it's not in mass production, even though it is officially designed as an aircraft for Ukrainian Air Force. We call it the medium airplane. The weight is 145 tons, the cargo load is 75 tons. It's a unique airplane with huge possibilities. His calc, the similar copy is used in other countries, but still it's worse than An-70. Like it doesn't have short runoff. This one can run off at 600 meters, and and also it can land basically in dirt, called Sigma 6. So this aircraft is way better than N400. But when there was a competition, A40N won. This aircraft has been tested and certified according to all the norms, and we have it, we keep it, we maintain, but still we don't have a customer for this, neither in the MOD nor in other countries who, well, there are potential buyers, but, well, we have to compete with A400N. Although this is really a finished product, we can offer this to any country in the world. So together with UKRAINIan, who helps us to get markets, we will be able to find use for this aircraft. If not in Ukraine, maybe in other countries. The main reason why is this not happening is because of import phase out. A lot of things have been mentioned, but so I won't dive into this. And import phase out costs money. So this is what we are going to focus on in the nearest future. We already started designing this. On the basis of An-148 range, we can create the radio-electronic warfare plane. So you can read what are its functions. It can organize the disruptions in radio-electronic communications of the enemy. It can also create radio noise for enemy radio locators. It can imitate it can imitate attacks to cover the real offensive on the enemy. Next, if you could please switch the slide. Yes. On the basis of the same plane, we can offer a radio recon aircraft that can monitor the combat field from large distance. It will have integrated imaging and communication. It will provide support for combat control of the unit on the land and in the air. Here you see the diagram for the radio locators identification aircraft. In gray this is the coverage of the ground radar, and in red there is the coverage of N148 radiolocator airplane. So about 500 kilometers can be covered with the radiolocation capabilities of this plane, and it can do target marking on the land and in the sea. So just the horizon is way wider with this plane for radiolocators. So briefly speaking, this is all the range that we can offer nowadays to our customer. But we must note that, like, I understand there are difficulties in the country, but in the last 2 years there was so the R&D funding decreased sharply. In 2017 we didn't have a single order for our equipment and our design. I don't even mention R&D. R&D is a taboo in the Ministry of Defense now. Nobody funds development, not even the research. But loss of time now creates lagging behind for many years in this sphere, and then sometimes it's impossible to get back because you are always in the end. So I wish Pavlovsky and representatives of the MOD would be here. If we talk about the future of Ukraine, we must invest money in R&D now, otherwise it would be late tomorrow. So this is the range of aircraft we can of An-70, An-132, An-178 unmanned aircraft. All of them are ready for mass production, well, except for the drone, which is now in the same situation because of the lack of finance. We have only one drone that costs like 10-15% of the cost of all other facilities that should be going together with that. We continue our panel as we have representatives of 3 companies that develop drones. One Polish manufacturer and 2 Ukrainian manufacturers. First, I would like to give the floor to the director of Athlon Avia that develops 41SM, which is procured a lot by Ukrainian army. If they could say what are the perspectives on cooperation with the MOD, what is the future of this company in terms of getting to foreign markets and cooperation with other partners. Thanks a lot, Sergey. It's a pleasure to be in this esteemed audience and to have the opportunity to say a few words. We've been talking a lot about problems and challenges, but we've got some achievements as well. It's not so bad in Ukraine, in Ukrainian aviation and unmanned aviation in particular. In summer 2016, State Research and Technical Center of Ukraine did testing where they tested about 30 unmanned aircraft produced nationally. Some of them have been tested with better results, some with worse results, but there is the trend. Ukraine is capable to produce its own unmanned systems. Ukraine has engineering potential, and the approach of commercial companies, and almost all the companies that have been engaged in these tests, they are commercial companies. So their approach is way different from the approach of state-owned companies or research institutions. The business community has understood that we have to provide a prototype for the client, a working prototype. Commercial companies don't need MOD budget funds for the development of prototypes, but commercial companies must be confident in the future. And it would be great if this confidence could be provided by understanding the volumes of procurement in future. Sergei mentioned, like 3, 5, 7 sets is not much for companies like ours. I think they will concur. But at the same time, yeah, we have contracts, of course, with the MOD. We have the possibility to develop production. And of course, there are challenges. They are there. But I wouldn't say that these problems are impeding the progress globally. They just slow it down. They create some discomfort because, for example, those who design aircraft and create the equipment, they don't like to work with papers, bylaws, get piles of approvals and certificates, but this is also a must-have. This has to be there. We just have to get used to it. Those who get used to it faster, they move along faster. Those who try to argue with the MOD, for example, they get some impediments for their work. Also, it is a pleasure that we have good developments in simulators and training sets for large aircrafts, and this is also important for drones. Now in Zhytomyr Institute we developed the training center for unmanned aircraft operators. This is also an essential development for the development of unmanned aviation, because 70% of success in the application of this equipment it depends on having trained operators of these unmanned aircraft, and the rotation of the personnel is drastic. Another thing which is not really clear to me personally is why these unmanned aircraft, mini and micro grade drones used in artillery, why they're considered the part of the Air Force. It would be way more efficient if the unit who is using these facilities is responsible for maintenance, because now, for example, we have problems with funding the maintenance of these samples, which are not yet approved for mass procurement, but basically they are already used in the army. And for example, they cannot buy new batteries for them because of some legislation issues. Because it's actively used by the army, and the Air Force is responsible for maintaining them, so often there are discrepancies there. So I think in Ukraine everything is fine with unmanned aviation. There are positive trends. This is what's most important. I hope your optimism will be supported by the deputy head of UKRAINIan System Corporation. They produce also a well-known drone, Mr. Chendekov. Thank you. First, I thought I would have to talk about challenges which we have, but considering that the ears who should have listened to these problems, that they're gone, let's talk about positive things, about what we've got. If you could open the slide. So, our company was formed basically in the same time when Artyom founded his. At that moment, the intelligence department tried Artyom's aircraft and said, no, they wanted the same thing, but we should be able to do this over all the occupied areas. There, drone could not cover such a long distance, and it turned out that in 2014 none of the companies could satisfy these requirements in some reason, in terms of reasonable funds. So through the crowdfunding called People's Project, we started fundraising for this, and then partly the development of our main system, PD1, was funded. So we are basically a kind of crowd-funded startup, a weird startup. At the same time, we became airborne. Some of the drones were provided for free through volunteer organizations. Then there were testing. Then we provided the first commercial batch, and well, it was not even the delivery, but rather it was not the delivery of provision, because we had a lot of problems with training the personnel. Yeah, we once again I want to say thanks to Zhytomyr Institute, because they helped a lot. It turned out it's not so easy to train army personnel who were not from the aviation. And once again, yeah, also it's not clear whether these drones should be part of aviation or the army. But anyway, despite all that, they are airborne. They are there, and so these are a few of the pictures we've got. These are the examples of how this equipment is working effectively. So, those who say that companies who started developing drones after the war began that they're amateurs, they work in a wrong way, it's not really so. Perhaps in 2014 we were amateurs, but now we've achieved the targets that were set. In quite short terms, we got the first useful effective result. Now we are getting to a higher quality level. We have demonstrated our equipment abroad to the foreign customers, and they recognize that it satisfies all their needs. We understand where to go to. There are NATO standards that were mentioned. Now, for now, we did not set the goal to fulfill them 100%, but this is a kind of guiding spot where we should go. We want also to say that we've got, like a challenge that gives us capacity. The lack of bylaws and regulations on unmanned aerial vehicles, well, it's there all over the world. The US are probably the leading in developing this framework. Here we don't have anything. This is a disadvantage to one extent. We cannot apply our drones in civilian spheres. It's really tricky legally. But considering the wartime, now we basically have the grounds where we can develop and improve our techniques. If we would have really harsh regulations and bylaws, we wouldn't be able to do this. So this challenge became an opportunity to us, and we move on. I can talk endlessly about problems, but I don't think it's interesting now. Maybe just a few words about public-private partnership. We are a private company. We think that only through being private we manage to provide result fast, to provide the devices that are there that fulfill their combat purpose. Because decision making in private companies is way faster. So yeah, of course it is very bad. There are still problems with bylaws in the Ministry of Defense, and we knew about these problems 2 years ago. They're still there. In private company, it just can't happen. This company would disappear from the market if some problem is not resolved for 2 years. So I think the future lies in cooperation with private companies. Yeah, large aircraft and tanks, I don't think they will ever become private. But technologies with high research potential, we are now really competing in terms of workforce with IT companies for whom the world is transparent. Like IT has no borders, engineering and development also has no borders. So the conditions which the private company can offer in Ukraine now are way better for the specialists than a state-owned company can offer. So in our staff we have specialists from the Antonov factory and Luch factory and Motor Sich factory, and I don't think there is a large military-industrial factory from which we didn't borrow personnel. They bring in the competency to us, and this is just one of the ways to develop. So I think that the perspective of private manufacturing of defense products in Ukraine, it is there. And this is the positive note with which I would like to conclude. Thank you for the interesting presentation of your vision of public-private partnership. And now I would like to give the floor to our Polish guest. From VB Electronics, they produce a whole range of high-technology products, and one of them is YI unmanned complex, which is used in their artillery.
And tell us about the perspectives of cooperation with Ukraine. So we will listen to Manager on Development, Krzysztof Bien. Hello. Good afternoon or even good evening. I represent WB Electronics company, and we've been in Ukrainian market since the end of 2014. We, as one of the first companies in the world, started supplying the necessary equipment to Ukraine, the equipment which was needed to the armed forces of Ukraine in order to operate and work in the ATO zone, anti-terrorist zone, and our systems are helping Ukrainian soldiers to survive and to counteract the enemy starting from the end of 2014. And we would really like to continue this cooperation within the level of experience exchange and joint production. So we see partners in Ukrainian enterprises, and we really value this joint production of the products which are needed for the Polish, for Ukrainian army, and we may sell those at the third markets. So WB Electronics company is a group of companies which are dealing with processing, transmitting, and implementation of the information for the military purposes. And the next slide, please. Right. So here, this picture, you may see a line, a range of our unmanned aircraft, which are the beginning and the end of this informational chain in the armed forces. Here, this picture you may see on the right, Fly-Eye aircraft, which is well known in Ukraine includingly, and it's there to collect information and to make informed decisions at the battlefield. Then next to it we may see offensive unmanned aircraft, and this is the result of our cooperation with UKRAINIan, which are also producing this suspended equipment. And on the bottom you may see what is really expected by the armed forces of Ukraine. That's strike pilotless aircraft or unmanned aircraft, which have this striking function. So here, this is a vivid example of our cooperation with Ukrainian companies. In this project, there were two companies from Ukraine, one private, one state one, and they produced up to 50% of the cost of this system. And I wanted to show you this as an example of what we are doing, as an example of successful cooperation with our Ukrainian partners. Well, we've got a film, a video. Interpreters can hear just the sound from the video. So everything is automatized. And we transfer data, transfer information for destruction of the target. And then the coordinates are granted to the artillery department. Then the artillery is taking its position. And they start the fire. And an unmanned aircraft which works with the use of sensor, and it confirms that the target was destroyed, and it corrects the next set of fire. So that's the chain of granting information, and it allows the artillery systems to work efficiently as possible. And according to our data, to NATO data, the use of this sequence of information provision, it leads to saving the ammunition up to 45%. And that is vital under current condition of the conflict in Ukraine. It's important for your country, right? We are supplying these completely automatized systems to a lot of countries globally, including right now, thanks to our cooperation with UKRAINIan enterprises. I hope that this year the first systems like this will come to Ukraine and will be registered in Ukrainian armed forces. And here I would like to underline one important element. So all these systems my colleagues mentioned, which you see here, it makes sense to have them just in one case. If They exist in the integrated system, starting from the system of decision-making during military actions. That is the system to manage the battlefield, and the system of collecting and granting information, and the system of logistics and determining the sequence of actions in the battlefield. So this synergy will allow to be efficient in battlefield and in war with the, acceptable losses. And we are coming up comprehensively and in a systematic manner to these issues. So as of today, we, together with UKRAINIAN enterprises, develop new types of not just unmanned aircraft systems, but we participate in development of new types of different missile launchers and artillery equipment. And I would like to underline that under today's conditions, we know how to work with Ukraine, and we can work with Ukrainian enterprises. And if you allow me one more short video about one of our enterprises dealing with production of this unmanned aircraft, well, without comment. Okay, one short comment. Flytronic Enterprise, which is a part of our group, which you see here. This enterprise started its activities in 2007, and it was created with the use of state money, maybe up to 95%. This was a dotation from our MOD. That's like an example, and it may be quite a vivid example for our Ukrainian partners of public-private partnership. So, also I appeal to my Ukrainian colleagues, the results we've achieved here, the product which can be entrusted with some military tasks and which may work in the condition of conflict, also saw the world after 8 years of investments. That's a complicated process. That is why, using this experience, you may try understanding when you will achieve the level of this excellence. And one more comment. Let me remind you of what was mentioned by my colleague, representative of Antonov company. In all these systems, the plane, the flying platform, it's like 10-20% of the cost of the system. All the rest would be like optics, managing system, electronics, closed communication channels, and software, which solves majority of the tasks and allows managing this equipment. Thank you for interesting presentation. And I'm really grateful to all the representatives of this panel. Every presentation was really unique and useful from the viewpoint of the experience. We've got several minutes, well, maybe one or two. If we've got one question, we may answer. Whom are you asking? Thank you. I've got two questions to Heli Trading. Question is as follows. has the Ukробronprom or MOD contacted you in order to create these trainer simulators for training of the operators of unmanned aircraft? Why am I asking? In 2007, when Yekhanurov was at power, they procured complexes or systems from Israel, and they were practically destroyed because each of those cost was more than $1 million, and operators did not use those appropriately. So we spent a lot of money in order to crash those and bury those. I don't know what's the destiny of the equipment of this aircraft. Maybe it was used somewhere else. So new strike systems were developed very swiftly, but is there cooperation and is there understanding that we need training operators? Your question is clear to me, thank you. Yet training of unmanned aircraft operators is a very relevant topic, which must be developed in Ukraine. And answering your question, I may tell you that MOD did not contact us, and we work with MOD and with the Deputy Minister just on Su-25 and Mi-24, Mi-28. And Mr. Chendekov? Yeah, there is one interesting thing. Starting from the end of the previous year, the management of this unmanned aircraft requires, of those which are procured by MOD, to have the simulator, or the trainer simulator, as a part of this system. There is no problem that the flight must be taking place with a person on board. That is why the simulator flight may be carried out in this system. No problem. This is one of the systems which must be there, but you have to require from the supply availability of this element, of the simulator complex. And the second question to Christoph Ben. I will switch to Russian language. Is it possible to give an answer whether your systems were proven in action, whether they were used during the war, and have you got the experience of opposing to the same systems of the Russian Federation? Because we know that a lot of new developments were tested at our testing range, and guys from Recon, they also show videos, photos. So what's the behavior of your systems in action, and can you share this information with us? And one more question: is it true that you, as a company, bought a directed mine? And if that's true, what's the future of this development? I may answer partially to your question, because these questions must be directed to the Record Department of MOD of Ukraine, and I'm afraid you will not get answers. But our systems are there in the air starting from the end of 2014 in the ATO zone, and not a single aircraft was crashed. The systems are still being used, and more than 2,000 hours per plane, per unmanned aircraft. Gennady Andrashchuk, the R&D Institute of Intellectual Property. So the same question to our guys and the representative of Poland. So protection of the intellectual property. How many patents have you got? Foreign patents for everything. These micro schemes, etc., based on which the cooperation is taking place. Is it joint patenting of inventions? Because 8 years is quite a period, and I believe all your products of R&D are protected, not just in Poland but internationally. Okay, again, not a direct answer. Patent system was implemented at the mid of 19th century, and the situation as of today is try patenting any solution and Chinese, Indian companies will start producing the same in half a year. So any patent application, that's revealing your idea, and that's a deprivation of the protection of your inventions, That is why we are protecting our intellectual property in another ways. For that purpose, there are key codes for software. Yeah, there are several tricks we use successfully. My colleagues smiled when I mentioned, because I was telling the truth and they know that. As of today, our cooperation with Ukrainian partners is based on a complete and full synergy. We are giving what they lack in Ukraine. Our Ukrainian partners are giving us the competences in our joint projects we lack. That is why we are, so to say, interdependent. We shall not protect ourselves from one another, because in these joint projects there is no opportunity of stealing something not protected by IP. So I don't believe this may happen, but if it happens, well, maybe it will be more beneficial to steal and stop the cooperation. But so far, the cooperation is mutually beneficial. That's my answer. I may add, because you asked to comment on the Ukrainian side, we are developing really swiftly. We don't have time for patenting. We are moving forward. And what we patent today is nothing tomorrow. It's not needed. And this is 21st century. If you would like to get patent and get money from that patent for 20 years, I'm not sure whether it's possible. Well, okay, I know several companies which are called like patent trolls. That's their main business. And they are suing engaged companies who have this IP. But I believe that's tomorrow. The only leadership way would be moving forward. And everyone who's borrowing something from you, they are always lagging behind, because they are behind you. They are taking something from you. Okay. We ran out of time. Thank you all the members of this panel discussion. I believe it was useful, and I'm giving the floor to the organizers of this conference, the president of A7 Group. Thank you, esteemed participants, viewers. Sergei, thank you so much for moderating. And before saying the closing remarks, I would like to express gratitude to our partners. That's the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, that's our exclusive legal partner Denton's, institutional partner NATO office in Ukraine, then telecom partner LANET, cybersecurity partner ISPP, then partner Cisco, official carrier Turkish Airlines, strategic partner Association AUDM, investment partner A7 Capital, partner of the forum ICE Shock, general TV partner News One, general specialized media partner Defense Express, general news partner, general Interfax Ukraine, and general radio partner, Voice of Capital or Голос Столиці 106 FM. And now I'm giving the floor to the president of A7 Group, Maria Barabash. Maria, you're welcome. Thank you, all the participants. Thank you, Mikhailo. And this is a great pleasure that our idea, which appeared 2 years ago, gave start to such an important forum. And we wait for you the next year on February 22, 2018. And we are really glad that Ministry of Defense this year supported this event in the form of repeated official patronage, and that's a great support, and this tells us that our ministry is ready to listen to the opinions and publicly discuss very complicated issues. And I'm grateful to all the participants, to everyone who stayed till the last minute with us, till the last minute of this long day. Of course, some questions remained unanswered and some issues were not highlighted during this forum, but we will continue our activities and we will launch roundtable discussions, more specialized discussions, and please share your ideas with us, and we are ready to provide our communicational support, because the main aim of our company would be to create communication platform for professional discussions, and we highlight the most relevant topics of today. That is why we work with different sectors, including security and defense. That's one of our favorite areas. Thank you, our partners. Thank you, Defense Express, for such a nice support. Thank you, our partner, Fairmont Grand Hotel. And we will be coming to you again and again. Thank you, our strategic partner, international company Dantons, which is represented at today's forum and other fora of ours, and they've got extensive experience in the field of security and defense. Thank you so much, and we welcome you to visit our forum the next year. Have a nice evening.